Chapter 3504. Half an hour. I am the Flame Emperor. May I ask the son of the devil Lin Ling, why are you here? I hope you can come up with a good reason to convince me. Otherwise, even if you are a famous person in the 9 states, I can't help you. After all, I am responsible for the people of the Yen state. The middle-aged man carried Lin Ling on his back as he spoke plainly. Convince you? So that's how it is. However, I don't like to persuade others. Therefore, I didn't come here with good intentions. I came here for the divine escort mansion. That's all. Lin Ling's voice drifted over. I don't care what grudges you have with the godly escort mansion, but this is the Yen state. As long as the godly escort mansion is in the Yen state, they are under my rule. I have the right to protect them. Therefore, before you make a big mistake, put away your thoughts. The middle-aged man frowned and threatened. I'm sorry. I don't mean to look down on you. From the beginning, I didn't take you seriously. Your words are like farts to me. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. How dare you? The middle-aged man finally turned his head and looked coldly at Lin Ling. Make your move. Lin Ling smiled as well. The two powerful people immediately clashed in the sky. However, although the middle-aged man was the newly appointed Flame Emperor, his strength was extremely impressive. It had only been an hour, but Lin Ling was already retreating in defeat. Son of the devil Lin Ling, why are you forcing me to make my move? You should know that as the Flame Emperor, I won't allow anyone to cause trouble in my territory. Although you are very famous and arrogant, sometimes arrogance is built on strength. As time passed, Lin Ling became weaker and weaker. The middle-aged man's aura increased greatly and finally defeated Lin Ling. However, after he was defeated, Lin Ling, who was in front of him, suddenly disappeared. Everything disappeared as if he had never been there. This stunned the middle-aged man. Then he realized that he had been fooled. Previously, he had only been fighting against his illusions. The real Lin Ling had long since left. This made him feel extremely ashamed, as if he had no face to see anyone. Previously he had said so much, but it turned out that everything was just an act. Lin Ling was simply treating him like an idiot. He didn't even have the mood to say another word of nonsense. And that was indeed the case. At this moment, Lin Ling had already arrived at the Godly Escort Mansion's branch. In just 1 hour he had fought his way from the outermost perimeter to the core. And this was the reason why he was playing slowly. The ground was littered with corpses and blood flowed like a river. Those who didn't die were all injured. They held their chests and hid in fear, not daring to fight anymore. They all knew that the enemy was the son of the devil Lin Ling. This was because this person introduced himself as soon as he arrived. He did not hide anything at all. However, they didn't expect that the son of devil Lin Ling would be so arrogant as to threaten to crush their branch. However, ordinary experts were unable to stop Lin Ling. They could only rely on the chief escorts of the branch. As Lin Ling continued to fight, an expert finally appeared. It was a 4th-layer martial progenitor realm cultivator, a skinny old man with a monkey-like mouth. It was obvious that he possessed a great status in the godly escort mansion. After his appearance, the escorts fell silent. That's right, this person was one of the first batch of escorts of the godly escort mansion. His name was De Green Robe. The son of devil Lin Ling, if you join our godly escort mansion, you will be appointed as the chief escort of a branch. What do you think? The skinny old man placed his hands behind him. He did not attack Lin Ling right away. What? The crowd was shocked by the decision. Some of the seniors stared at the skinny old man in a questioning manner. However, the skinny old man only harumphed coldly as if he were saying, "What do you know?" The crowd no longer dared to ask any further. Only the skinny old man knew that they had offended Lin Ling in the past in order to earn the favor of the Flame Emperor. However, Lin Ling was still very weak at that time, thus they did not think there was anything to be afraid of. Furthermore, the godly escort mansion would surely help Duan Yi of the Duan clan, thus they had offended Lin Ling once again. However, to their surprise, Lin Ling was still alive even after facing the Duan clan. This made them realize that they had made the wrong move back then. Therefore, they were now trying their best to salvage the situation. They hoped to give Lin Ling a great status so that Lin Ling could join them. That way, not only would they be able to resolve their grudge, they would also be able to rope in an expert. The son of devil Lin Ling, what do you think? The skinny old man asked after a while. Lin Ling remained silent. He only smiled. What are you smiling at? The skinny old man immediately frowned. I'm smiling. What's the big deal about being a chief escort? Lin Ling was still smiling, but he also spoke up. Everyone's eyes widened when they heard this. However, some of them doubted their ears. Lin Ling only needed to nod his head and he would become a chief escort. There were a total of 18 chief escorts, and they were the 18 people with the highest status below the god of escort. These people generally did not need to guard their escorts, but they were constantly receiving imperial crystals. Their status was also high and they could mobilize the experts of the branch. How could Lin Ling reject such an offer? What did you say? The skinny old man felt humiliated. Old man, I think you look like a monkey. Your ears should be fine. Lin Ling shook his head. Then let me be clear. I'm here today to destroy your branch. Even if I were to become a god of escort, I don't think I'm qualified enough, let alone a chief escort. How dare you? The skinny old man was finally enraged. He stretched out his thin and withered hand as if he wanted to break through all illusions. Prajna hatred. Blood battle song, song of the vast sky. The palm formed a ferocious ancestral power that reached 50%. It suppressed Lin Ling. As for the old man's talent, it was a battle chart, an ancient battle chart. It seemed to be a time chart used by the gods to record ancient battles. The moment this talent was used, the mournful song changed the color of the world. Chief escort. Upon seeing this, everyone was overjoyed. From their point of view, the skinny old man's means were the strongest and invincible. This guy has an ultimate third-grade desolate body. Lin Ling muttered to himself. In the 9 provinces, ultimate desolate bodies were very rare. As for a third-grade desolate body, it was 1 in a million. It was no wonder the old man could become a chief escort. Sword come. Lin Ling growled as the tyrannical song sword floated out from behind him. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The tyrannical song sword slashed at the battle song in front of him. This strike stirred the universe as demonic aura billowed. Moments later, a horrified voice was heard. Ancestral power? You also have ancestral power. The voice came from the chief escort. Lin Ling did not answer him. His 3 talents fused together and grew rapidly, transforming into a monster. Furthermore, he put away the tyrannical song sword and used his dragon claw to resist the enemy. However, although the dragon claw did not seem to have any ancestral power, the power it brought was even more terrifying than ancestral power. This was because the dragon claw suppressed the physical strength of the body. Chapter 3505. Stop. What if Lin Ling reached the martial ancestor realm? He did not dare to imagine it. Seeing the dragon claw coming at him, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He opened the war map and formed a magnificent army that charged forward. This was supposed to be his ultimate technique, but he had not expected it to be used for defense. Speaking of which, the chief escort was extremely depressed at this moment. The magnificent army continued to charge forward and blocked the dragon claw for a while. However, the magnificent army could not hold on for long. This made the elder's face turn paler and paler. Son of the devil Lin Ling, do me a favor. Yes. At this moment, the Flame Emperor finally arrived. He was immediately shocked. First, he did not expect the divine escort mansion to be beaten to such a state within an hour. Second, Lin Ling was actually suppressing the chief escort. One should know that the chief escort was stronger than him, unless he used the ancient power. Third, Lin Ling seemed to have really become the son of the devil. His entire body was pitch black, and his hands were like dragons. Rumble. However, as soon as the Flame Emperor finished speaking, a terrifying ancient monument came crashing down from the sky. The ancient majesty was extremely terrifying. Bang. Unstoppable, the Flame Emperor was directly suppressed to the ground. He could not turn around at all, which stunned everyone. They thought that the son of the devil, Lin Ling, would definitely die when the Flame Emperor arrived. In the end, the dignified number 1 God Emperor of the Yen state could not withstand a single blow. Furthermore, this was when the son of the devil, Lin Ling, was fighting the chief escort. What if it was a one-on-one battle? At the thought of this, everyone shuddered. It was only now that people realized that the son of the devil was completely different from the rumors. He could now do whatever he wanted in the 9 states. Where has he been all this time? Why has his strength changed so much? Many people secretly wondered. Ancient power. At this moment, the Flame Emperor let out a low roar. In the sky, the ancient palace began to descend. It was majestic, as if it recorded all the secrets of the Yen state from ancient times to the present. The ancient power was a power that the gods had left behind for the 9 prefectures' god emperors to control the divine prefecture. The ancient power of the Yen state was obviously stronger than that of other places. Once the palace appeared, the entire Yen state was shaken. This made many people realize that there was going to be a great battle in the Yen state. Rumble. Almost at the same time, the time and space divine steel on the Flame Emperor's body was knocked over. As for Lin Ling's huge demonic body, a huge ancient palace came down on him. This allowed the chief escort to escape. He shouted, "Kill him, Flame Emperor." Through the previous battle, he knew that Lin Ling had reached a terrifying level. It could be said that no one in the godly escort mansion was a match for him except for the god of escort. As for the divine escort mansion, other than the first fortune and second fortune, no one else in the Fuhang Manor was a match for Lin Ling. Only one or two assassins from the assassin organization could threaten Lin Ling. If they didn't kill Lin Ling now, the 9 prefectures would fall into chaos. Lin Ling, I've said it before. This is the Yen state, my territory. At this moment, the Flame Emperor spat out blood and stood up with an ugly expression. Previously, when he was smashed by Lin Ling, his face was covered in dirt. Of course, he was furious because Lin Ling didn't take him, the Flame Emperor, seriously. Who do you think you are? On the ground, Lin Ling stood like a giant. His hands were holding the sky, one on the left and one on the right. The dragon god roared. Go to hell, Lin Ling. Son of the devil, you still have the nerve to live. Today you're dead. Many people saw that Lin Ling was being suppressed and started cursing. However, after Lin Ling raised the ancient power even higher, they were so scared that they didn't dare to speak. Rumble. Lin Ling raised his hands to the sky and raised the ancient power even higher. Oh my god, this freak. Even the ancient power can't stop him. Everyone retreated, their faces turning even paler. Don't be afraid of him. My ancient power is not something he can break free from. The Flame Emperor was also shocked by Lin Ling's power. How was he still human? He was simply the great demon king of the 9 states. You think I can't kill you? Let me tell you, although I didn't kill the previous Flame Emperor, his death was related to me. Today you, the new Flame Emperor, dare to be arrogant in front of me? Lin Ling raised the ancient shrine with both hands and looked down at the Flame Emperor as he spoke. Hearing this, the Flame Emperor was furious. In Lin Ling's eyes, he seemed to have become a junior. This was a great humiliation. Arrogant. The head escort also shouted angrily. The dignified emperor god of the Yen state was such an insignificant existence in Lin Ling's eyes. Lin Ling had gone too far. The emperor god of the Yen state was ranked second in the 9 states. Other than the emperor god of the Miao state who could compete with him, the other emperor gods could only admit defeat. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. At this time Lin Ling raised his right hand high. What was terrifying was that the huge ancient power was lifted by him again, and it was with only one hand. How terrifying. Is this guy still human? Everyone was so scared that their eyeballs almost fell out. However, what made them even more terrified was that Lin Ling stretched out his other hand. The dragon bow appeared, and the dragon god's arrow was shot out majestically. How is this possible? The Flame Emperor was tongue-tied. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. The reason why he was not afraid of Lin Ling was that he was confident in his ancient power, and Lin Ling definitely could not break it. However, he now realized that Lin Ling could not break the ancient power, but he could resist it and use the extra time to launch a powerful attack on the Flame Emperor. This was indeed the true terror. Countless dragon god's arrows were shot out. They were many times more powerful than before. The head escort's face changed greatly. As for the Flame Emperor, he only wanted to retreat and shake hands with Lin Ling. He knew that he thought too highly of himself if he thought that he could stop Lin Ling with his strength. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Thousands of arrows pierced through the heart and blew the Flame Emperor into pieces. The poor Flame Emperor, who had just ascended to the throne, was now chasing after the previous emperor. The Yen state could be considered to be in troubled times. With the Flame Emperor dead, the head escort knew that the situation was over. He was not willing to die so easily, so he self-destructed all his realm essence. The self-destruction of a level 4 martial ancestor almost destroyed the entire Yen state. After all, the strongest in the Yen state was only a level 1 martial ancestor. A level 4 martial ancestor was the limit. Everyone immediately panicked and hurriedly looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's body was huge, so he was naturally the most affected. His entire body was blown into 2 halves, but he recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The self-destruction could even kill a martial ancestor, but Lin Ling, a sage, was unharmed. How terrifying was Lin Ling's physical defense? The son of the devil Lin Ling is simply an omnipotent god. The remaining people of the divine escort mansion looked extremely dispirited. They knew that after offending Lin Ling, they would have to fight with Lin Ling one day. However, they did not expect that day to come so soon. Moreover, it was not a fight but Lin Ling who attacked them first. Chapter 3506. Surrender. The branch was the main branch of the escort agency. How could the entire godly escort mansion not be implicated when it was uprooted? Unfortunately, they didn't know that there were other branches that had been annihilated just like them. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Lin Ling used to say in the Yen state that whoever tries to kill me will be repaid in the future. I believe that everyone here has more or less heard of this. Therefore, you don't have to be too surprised. Now you can resist, but you won't stop me from killing you. Lin Ling, who was like a demon, looked at the remaining people. In his eyes, the spacetime divine steel came crashing down. Every glance killed countless people. Every glance sent people into reincarnation. Every glance ended karma. In the end, all the escorts of the godly escort mansion were killed by Lin Ling. Not a single one was left alive. The Yen state suddenly became peaceful because the top experts were all dead. Lin Ling smiled. He didn't go to the Grand Change Nebula sect. Instead, he went to the Universal Void. He planned to take action against the headquarters of the godly escort mansion. At this moment, an old man was sitting quietly in the headquarters of the godly escort mansion. Behind him, an ancient silk banner was fluttering. The banner looked a little tattered, but it was the first banner of the godly escort mansion since its establishment. The banner was extraordinary and priceless. Only the head escort god of the godly escort mansion was qualified to receive it. The godly escort mansion of the Yen state has been annihilated. The head escort master is dead. The murderer is the son of the devil Lin Ling. Someone looked at the old man and said with a face full of anger. Obviously, although the godly escort mansion knew that Lin Ling would take revenge, they didn't expect him to destroy the branch so quickly and crazily. Inform the other branches and ask all the head escorts to come back and kill Lin Ling together. The old man's face was extremely gloomy as he gave the final order. Head escort god, bad news? However, at this moment someone rushed in anxiously. He didn't even bother to salute and shouted, "The branch in Yuzhou has been uprooted. Not a single one of them is left." What? The head escort's expression became uneasy. Head escort were in trouble? However, this was only the beginning. More people rushed in, and the news they brought was that another branch had fallen. Following that, more and more news of the destruction of the branches came. In the end, all 18 branches were uprooted, not even a chicken or a dog was left. Plop. The head escort sat down powerlessly, a look of panic on his aged face. This was clearly a premeditated operation. In a short period of time, all 18 of their branches had been launched at the same time, and they had destroyed them one by one. The 18 branches of the Mansion of Divine Escort were the foundation of the escort agency. They were also the unshakable foundation of the escort agency. Their branches were spread all over the 9 regions and the 10,000 worlds. However, now that they were destroyed, it meant that the vitality of the Mansion of Divine Escort had been greatly damaged. It would be difficult for it to return to its former glory 10,000 years ago. That was because all the dots had been removed. Without the dots, how could he receive the darts? Who is it? We've worked so hard to build this branch for so many years. Who is so ruthless as to uproot it? Who else could it be? Other than the son of the devil Lin Ling, who else could be so ruthless? Does the son of the devil Lin Ling have such power? Of course he does. Don't forget that when Duan Yi was in Qingzhou, if martial god Wen Tian hadn't appeared, Duan Yi would have died there. Therefore Lin Ling must have a great force that's second only to the martial god. Ancestor, head escort god, what should we do? Everyone in the headquarters was terrified. They had never expected that because of Lin Ling their escort agency, which had a long history, would end up in such a situation. As for the oldest old man in the godly escort mansion, he sat there quietly. His face was cold and he sighed. At first he was furious and wanted to go all out to kill Lin Ling. However, after calming down, he realized that unless he was a martial god, he wouldn't be able to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, a real martial god also wanted to kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was still alive and well. This meant that someone was secretly protecting Lin Ling. Therefore, he knew that Lin Ling couldn't be offended. The godly escort mansion could only swallow this bitter pill. Son of the devil, who else can force me to this point except for you? Roar. The head escort god roared at the sky. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was dispirited. Head escort god. Everyone immediately shouted, extremely worried. Don't worry, I'm fine. Inform the son of the devil Lin Ling. Just ask him how this matter will end. I hope that the son of the devil will state his conditions and let our godly escort mansion go. Then the old man looked at everyone and said, Head escort god, why are you letting him off so easily? He destroyed our branch. We should fight him to the death. Yes, we still have to fulfill the son of the devil's conditions. This is humiliating us to death. Is there no other way? Hearing the old man's words, everyone became anxious. There's no other way. If we continue to fight with the son of the devil, our godly escort mansion's business will forever be destroyed in our hands. We can't win this battle. We can never win. We can only surrender. This is the only way out. The old man couldn't help but sigh. His expression seemed to have aged a few hundred years in an instant. Everyone was shocked once again. The godly escort mansion had reached the point where there was no way out. It was really unbelievable. Okay, I'll inform him. Finally, someone made a decision. At this moment, Lin Ling was still in the universal void. Not long after, the dragon demons returned one by one, holding a large number of treasures and silk banners in their hands. After seeing them, Lin Ling immediately knew that all the branches of the godly escort mansion had been destroyed. This made Lin Ling sigh. The godly escort mansion was the only escort team recognized by the 9 regions. It had been established for so many years and had not collapsed. It must have its own capabilities. However, today all 18 branches were destroyed together. It was impossible not to sigh. Thank you, everyone. Seeing the dragon demons return, Lin Ling immediately thanked them. Then he asked them about their next plans. However, to their surprise, the dragon demons wanted to return to the Dragon Pearl because the Dragon Pearl led to another world. There were still many things that they had not finished in that world. Lin Ling was speechless. According to his guess, after the dragon demons left the Rainbow World, they would definitely want to explore the Universal Void. Although Lin Ling was reluctant to let them leave, he would not force them to stay. However, Lin Ling asked them to leave. Now, it seemed that they did not want to leave and were relying on the Dragon Pearl. In this regard, Lin Ling naturally agreed. With these dragon demons, unless a martial god level expert came, no one could touch him. While he was rejoicing, the people of the godly escort mansion also arrived. After seeing Lin Ling, they were extremely polite and explained the purpose of their visit. Chapter 3507. Huge sum of money. Surrender? Lin Ling was filled with disdain. He was not done yet. Senior Demon's son, please spare our lives. Give us a way out. This is also a great contribution to the 9 prefectures. Seeing that Lin Ling was in a bad mood, the person cried out. Their head escort god was right. Lin Ling wanted to kill them all. Fortunately, he had surrendered. Otherwise, the mansion of divine escort would have been wiped out. Surrender so quickly? The new heavenly court? Didn't the Flying Dragon organization help you? Lin Ling looked at the person and said calmly. The Flying Dragon organization has been minding their own business most of the time. Why would they care about us? Moreover, I'm afraid they can't wait for us to be wiped out. As for the new heavenly court, unless Wenian Martial God intervenes, Wenian Martial God won't care about us. Senior Demon's son, please spare the mansion of divine escort this time. We won't dare to offend Senior Demon's son again. Furthermore, Senior Demon's son can make any conditions for us. The person kept pleading. From his words, it could be seen that they had no other choice. Are you so sure that I will make conditions and not eliminate all of you? You should know that I had no grudges with you in the beginning. In order to curry favor with the Flame Emperor, you joined forces with them to attack me. Do you think I'll let this go? The mansion of divine escort's surrender was obviously out of Lin Ling's expectation. Therefore, he did not agree immediately. We were blind in the beginning. However, what happened has happened. Therefore, I hope that Senior Demon's son will be magnanimous and forgive us this time. The representative of the mansion of divine escort cried out immediately. Lin Ling also began to ponder. Although he could obtain some treasures from destroying the mansion of divine escort, it would not be much. Now that the mansion of divine escort had surrendered, he might as well make some conditions to maximize the benefits. First, compensate me with 30 billion royal crystals. Not a single cent more, not a single cent less. Second, help me suppress Fu Hang Manor, the Flying Dragon organization, and the new heavenly court. Thirdly, if it's someone from Qingzhou, as long as they ask for help, you must agree unconditionally. If you agree to these 3 conditions, the godly escort mansion will have no more grudges with me. Lin Ling also stated his conditions. That person's jaw dropped. 30 billion monarch crystals, how was that possible? These monarch crystals were enough to nurture a martial progenitor. Secondly, helping Lin Ling suppress Fuxing Manor, Flying Dragon Organization, and the new Heavenly Court was also a thankless task. As for the third place, it wasn't a big deal. Well, this is a serious matter. Can I go back and discuss it with the head escort god? That person immediately looked at Lin Ling and said. However, Lin Ling didn't care and waved his hand saying, I'll give you 3 days. Go. If you agree, come to the Yan province and find me. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. That person immediately accepted the order and left. Lin Ling pursed his lips. His plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Originally, he wanted to destroy the headquarters of the godly escort mansion. However, it seemed that it would take him 3 days to do so. I'll go back and discuss with my master about his marriage. I'll also wait for 3 days. Lin Ling slowly walked back to the Yan province and went straight to the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. Everyone in the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect knew that Lin Ling had killed the Flame Emperor. What was more terrifying was that Lin Ling had killed the Flame Emperor while another expert was present. He was so bold that he treated the Yan province as his home. Therefore, when everyone saw Lin Ling, there was only respect and fear. Even the Grand Simplicity ancestor was the same. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't pay much attention to them. He chatted with his master and then returned to the Spirit Province to discuss the marriage with the Vajrayana sect's masters. When Lin Ling returned to the Spirit Province, the entire Spirit Province was undoubtedly in turmoil. Lin Ling thought that it was difficult to prepare for his master's wedding. Therefore, he decided to stay longer and immediately headed to the Qing Province. When the Qing Province knew that Lin Ling had returned, it was no surprise that it was in an uproar. Ancestor Tai Yan, Yu Yu and the rest were already there to welcome him. After Lin Ling, Ancestor Tai Yan and his son Lin Ling caught up, he was surprised to find that Yu Yu and Xian Yuange had reached the 5th level of the Saint Realm. Moreover, their ultimate desolate bodies had reached the 4th grade. This surprised Lin Ling. This was because there weren't many ultimate desolate bodies in the final world. It was a miracle that Yu Yu and the rest could grow to such a level in the Qing province. Later on, he found out from his conversation with Yu Yu and the rest that not long ago, Yu Yu and the rest had gone to a small realm in the north. They had a fortuitous encounter that led to a crazy increase in their realm and talent. It seems that everyone has their own fortuitous encounter. Anything is possible. After Lin Ling asked, he couldn't help but feel happy for Yu Yu and the rest. This was because fortuitous encounters were something that could only be encountered by chance. Since they had encountered it, they had to grasp it. Fortunately, Yu Yu and the rest had grasped it. Yu, your talent is the same as mine. We both have the bloodline of the dragon race. As for you, you have the power of the radiant dragon god. Especially after reaching the 4th grade, your potential and power are extremely terrifying. Xian Yuange, your ultimate desolate body can't compare to Yu Yu's. However, I can give your talent a hint of a dragon's aura. This is because I have the dragon bone and dragon soul. It won't be difficult for me to change it for you. Furthermore, I have treasures on me. If you cultivate them, your overall strength will increase by a lot. Lin Ling constantly gave them pointers. Furthermore, he was extremely happy to see Yu Yu and the rest becoming stronger. Lin Ling was also extremely happy. Of course, while Lin Ling was giving them pointers, he also told them about Inuer. When Yu Yu and the rest heard that Inuer had agreed to come back, they were so happy that they danced with joy. As for the Fire Spirit Princess, the Second Dream, Lu Susu, and all of Lin Ling's women, they were also extremely happy when they heard the news. They surrounded Lin Ling and enjoyed the rare moments that came with great difficulty. Upon closer inspection, each of these women were extremely beautiful. In any world, each of them would be pursued by thousands of men. However, they were all willing to follow Lin Ling alone. They waited for Lin Ling without any complaints or regrets. This moved Lin Ling. At the same time, he would sometimes ask himself if he was worthy. Of course, they had been through too many ups and downs together. Their feelings for each other were firm. Hence, even Lin Ling had only casually asked himself a question. He wouldn't be swayed by it. When Lin Ling brought them to the Yen state, the Divine Weapon Mansion also sent news that they had agreed to all of Lin Ling's conditions. It was so straightforward that even Lin Ling felt that it was a little unreal. However, on second thought, he immediately understood why the Divine Weapon Mansion had agreed so quickly. That was because all 18 divisions had been destroyed. The only thing left in the Divine Weapon Mansion was the headquarters. If the headquarters were destroyed, the Divine Weapon Mansion would cease to exist in this world. Hence, would they still consider it for a long time at a time like this? Here are 30 billion royal crystals. The representative of the Divine Weapon Mansion cried as he handed over the royal crystals. Chapter 3508. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Fu Hang Estate's decision. In the final world, Lin Ling had only gotten 30 billion royal crystals from extorting a deputy governor. The deputy governor of the final world was obviously more valuable than the godly escort mansion. Hence, this showed that the godly escort mansion was sincere in their apology. You take these royal crystals and use them for your cultivation. However, don't tell anyone. Lin Ling handed the 30 billion royal crystals to Yu and the rest. This was because he still had 30 billion royal crystals in hand and could upgrade his 5 great elixir fields to another level. However, Lin Ling had no plans to upgrade them at the moment. After the people from the godly escort mansion left, Xing Shiyun's wife was brought over. The entire Grand Simplicity Nebula sect began to bustle with activity as they prepared to help Xing Shiyun get married and start a family. Generally speaking, many people from the Green and Spirit continents were not allowed to enter the Yen state. However, the emperor of the Yen state had been killed by Lin Ling. Hence, who would dare to stop them? Many people even knew that Lin Ling was in the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. However, the experts from the Yen state did not dare to look for him. They even guessed that the reason why Lin Ling had attacked the Flaming Emperor was that it was too troublesome to enter the Yen state. Lin Ling wanted to break this rule and thus killed the Flaming Emperor. Many people thought that this was very likely. In other words, they were even more in awe of Lin Ling. Because of a moment of anger, he had killed the Emperor God. Even the ancient power was useless against him. Such an expert could do whatever he wanted in the 9 continents. Lin Ling did not know what they were thinking. While waiting quietly, he quietly left the Yen state and headed to the headquarters of the Fu Hang estate. Tomorrow was the day of Xing Shiyun's wedding. The night before, Lin Ling still went to the headquarters of the Fu Hang estate to kill people. There were 13 blessings in the Fu Hang estate. Other than 13 blessings, who Lin Ling had some impression of, the only other person left was Glorious Sunset. Speaking of which, Lin Ling had met Luo Riyao and Qing Zhou. At that time, Fu Hang Manor and Lin Ling were friends and had helped Lin Ling once or twice. Later on, Fu Hang Manor was afraid of the Duan family, so they targeted Lin Ling. Other than these 2 people, Lin Ling did not recognize anyone else. Since they didn't know each other, he didn't intend to give them any face. Night. It was very cold. It was extremely cold. Lin Ling easily found 11 blessings of Fu Xing Manor and invited him out. When the other party saw that it was Lin Ling, his face turned serious. Furthermore, Shi Fu was an old man in his 70s or 80s, whose cultivation was around the 4th layer martial progenitor realm. Unfortunately, this little bit of strength was useless against Lin Ling. In less than 2 hours, the old man was killed by Lin Ling and his head was left behind. Lin Ling did not leave but waited on the way. When the senior from 9th Blessings appeared, Lin Ling defeated him and killed him. In the end, he used their heads to leave a blood letter for Fu Hang Manor. They were killed by me, Lin Ling. My purpose is simple: revenge. Fu Hang Manor only has 2 choices now. 1. Fight with me, Lin Ling, until one side is completely annihilated. 2. Surrender and pay 100 billion royal crystals, and this matter will be settled. The blood letter went straight to the point. 1. Fight. 2. Use money to buy a house. When the blood letter fell into the hands of the experts of Fu Hang Manor, everyone knew that things were going to be troublesome. Lord Fu, Lin Ling is too arrogant. He killed 2 of our lords. Damn it. It's fine that he killed them. We haven't even done anything yet, but he wants us to surrender and pay 100 billion royal crystals. What a joke. Does he think he's worthy? Why don't we mobilize all of Fu Hang Manor to kill him? Fu Hang Manor was a major force in the 9 states. How could they take this lying down? Moreover, it wasn't as if Fu Hang Manor hadn't been threatened before, but had they ever given in? However, this matter is not as simple as it seems. Since Lin Ling dares to bully us in such a domineering manner, he must have a certain level of confidence. Someone said immediately, "What a joke. If he is confident, why does he have to be so sneaky? He can just kill us openly." However, someone was not convinced. As far as I know, he is currently in the Yen province and is holding a wedding for an elder of the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. That elder is his former master. Therefore he did not come here openly. I think there are only 2 possibilities. First, he does not dare to go against Fu Xing Manor, so he does not dare to come. 2. He is not free. Some of the calmer experts were analyzing the situation. Moreover, according to the information, Lin Ling killed the Flame Emperor in Yen State. Moreover, the strongest chief escort in Yen State was also killed by Lin Ling. He can do whatever he wants in the 9 states. Therefore, the blood letter he left behind doesn't seem to make any sense. That's right. I have also received news that the 18 branches of the Mansion of Divine Escort have all been destroyed. Lin Ling's original intention was to exterminate the Mansion of Divine Escort. However, some of them begged for mercy, so he did not exterminate them. Perhaps he has tasted the sweetness of victory from the escort family, so he used the same method to deal with us. What, this guy has become so powerful. Through continuous analysis and communication, the faces of the experts from Fuxing Manor became more and more solemn. Their previous fearlessness had been shaken by the current situation. He left the blood letter saying that if we don't do as he says, he will destroy Fuheng Manor. However, 100 billion royal crystals is too much. Yes, why don't we send someone to talk to him? Luo Riyao had a friendship with him in the past, let him go. Fuheng Manor did not dare to delay and sent Luo Riyao to Yen State to look for Lin Ling. After receiving the order, Luo Riyao was extremely excited. In the past he was just an ordinary person in Fuheng Manor. However, after meeting Lin Ling, he had a meteoric rise and climbed up the social ladder. However, just when he thought that he would get higher and higher, Fuheng Manor suddenly broke off with Lin Ling, which made him feel extremely regretful. However, because of this, he rarely went to look for Lin Ling. He was afraid that he would be implicated by Lin Ling and cause all his hard work to go to waste. However, he did not expect that Lin Ling would play such an important role again. In the entire Fuheng Manor, only he could meet Lin Ling. If this negotiation was successful, he would have made a great contribution again. Lin Ling, the kid I met in Qing State, has become a figure in 9 states today. Now that I think about it, everything seems to have changed. Thinking of Lin Ling in the past and thinking of Lin Ling now, Luo Riyao could not help but feel emotional. After a long time he appeared in Yen State. Because of Xingxiu Yun's wedding, he also sent a congratulatory gift and met many old friends. These old friends were all from Qing State, such as those from the Martial God Battalion, 8th Lord, Red Jade Tiger, and so on. Ah, old friend, long time no see. Seeing these old friends, Luo Riyao was extremely excited. Chapter 3509. Goodbye Luo Riyao. It could only be said that some people could only share trials and tribulations but not riches and honor. Luo Riyao was the kind of person who couldn't share riches and honor. However, without Lin Ling, Luo Riyao would still be a very ordinary person. Lin Ling still had some feelings for Luo Riyao. However, after knowing that Luo Riyao had never come to Qingzhou for his own future, his impression of Luo Riyao instantly soured. When Luo Riyao entered Grand Simplicity Nebula Sect, he saw Lin Ling at first glance. He was stunned. In the past, Lin Ling was just a junior in his eyes, a rising star. Luo Riyao had also taken care of him in Qingzhou. However now, the man sitting at the head of the table had a calm and steady aura. He was no longer the junior he used to be. He was more like a hero of the 9 prefectures. Luo Riyao didn't even dare to look at the man in the eye. Luo Riyao, you and I know each other. If you're here on behalf of Fuheng, you can go back. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted over. Lin Ling, what do you mean? This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, causing Luo Riyao to frown. Am I not clear enough? I'm asking you to go back. Lin Ling squinted his eyes and looked at Luo Riyao indifferently. Lin Ling, you and I are considered friends. Fuheng sent me here to negotiate because of this. They thought that it would be easy to talk among friends. But now you're chasing me away? You should know that not everyone in Fuheng is as easy to talk to as me. Luo Riyao said word by word. It was obvious that he was unhappy and thought that Lin Ling was too heartless. Haha, Fuheng is not easy to talk to? I don't think they are difficult to talk to. Moreover, if they are difficult to talk to, I will make them easy to talk to. Luo Riyao, go back and tell Fuxing Manor that my previous request will be increased by 20%. If Fuxing Manor still doesn't do a good job, then increase it by 30% until it reaches 80%. Go back. Lin Ling shook his head and said, Lin Ling, why? Are you deliberately targeting me? Luo Riyao was here on behalf of Fuxing Manor, but now that he was chased away, how would Fuxing Manor view him? Moreover, Lin Ling's request had also changed. This was definitely intentional. On purpose? Not really, I can only say that I don't like you. Hearing this, Lin Ling said lazily. In the distance, Qiyuhu and the others smiled. They smiled happily. When he heard that Lin Ling was targeting him, Sunset's entire body turned gloomy. His body trembled as he stood there. Many people in the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect were looking at him, whether they knew him or not. This made Luo Riyao feel very embarrassed. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "Lin Ling, you and I have known each other for many years. Why do you have to do this? The grudge between you and Fuxing Manor is between you and him. Why do you have to put the blame on me? Don't you think you are too petty?" Anyone could tell that he was a little angry. This made Jianghu, who used to know Luo Riyao, feel very uncomfortable. Luo Riyao was blaming them? Moreover, what right did he have to ask Lin Ling to treat him well? What right did he have? Luo Riyao was a senior executive of Fuxing Manor. Because he knew Lin Ling, he was given the opportunity to negotiate. However, Lin Ling did not give him face and asked Fuxing Manor to replace him. This made Luo Riyao unhappy. He thought that Lin Ling did not give him face. This Luo Riyao was thinking too highly of himself. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He did not want to explain anything. All these years, have you ever come back to see them? Answer me. Yes. Oh, yes. Luo Riyao immediately looked up and explained, based on your relationship with Fuxing Manor, if I come back, it will not be good for anyone. It will also bring inconvenience. Yes. Get out now. However, before Luo Riyao could finish his words, Lin Ling had already ordered him to leave. I'll give you half an hour to get out of my sight. His voice was full of dominance. He wanted Luo Riyao to get out. Moreover, Lin Ling's meaning was clear. You don't have to explain anything. Just get out. Luo Riyao immediately looked up. His eyes were full of disbelief. However, after seeing Lin Ling's cold expression, even if he was dissatisfied, he could only leave with his tail between his legs. Of course, with this departure he also lost all face. What a selfish person. Lin Ling asked him if he had come back once in all these years. He said no. This means that he was afraid that we would implicate him, so he never came back. What kind of person is he? If it wasn't for Lin Ling, he would be nothing in Fuxing Manor. He relied on Lin Ling to make his fortune. How dare he be so arrogant? People drink water and don't forget the person who dug the well. What about him? Sai, just think of it as knowing a dog. Everyone who knew Luo Riyao whispered to each other. They had completely seen through Luo Riyao. Luo Riyao was forced to leave. He was naturally unhappy. After a long time, he returned to the headquarters of Fuxing Manor and told them Lin Ling's conditions. The expressions of Fuheng Manor and the other cultivators changed drastically. Lin Ling's conditions were increased by 20%? Immediately change someone to negotiate with him. Lord Yifu's mood instantly soured. Obviously, Luo Riyao didn't make Lin Ling happy. Otherwise, Lin Ling wouldn't ask for a change. Damn it, chase Luo Riyao to the West Kingdom to look after Fuxing Manor. Immediately ask someone to negotiate with Lin Ling again. Although Fuxing Manor was unhappy, Lin Ling was the boss, the master. Unless they chose to fight at all costs, they endured it again. Luo Riyao waited outside quietly. Not long later, he finally saw Lord Bafu walking over. Due to his dissatisfaction with Lin Ling, he wanted to add insult to injury. However, Lord Bafu said to him indifferently, Luo Riyao, go to the West Kingdom in the future. This headquarters is no longer suitable for you. The words were like a bolt from the blue. Luo Riyao's mind roared. What? West Kingdom? Isn't this asking me to go back to the 10,000 worlds? Luo Riyao couldn't believe it. He was afraid that he had heard wrongly. When he was working in Qing State's Fuxing Manor, he thought that he was the worst. Who knew that he was going to go back to the West Kingdom, which was worse than Jiuzhou? How can this be? How can this be? Luo Riyao kept shaking his head. He could accept the demotion, but how could he accept the fact that he was worse than he was at the beginning? Remember, you were promoted because of Lin Ling. So, whether Lin Ling and Fuxing Manor are enemies or not, he can affect your future. If one day you can't be responsible for the communication between Lin Ling and Fuxing Manor, then you are useless. Lord Bafu looked at Luo Riyao coldly and turned to leave. Chapter 35:10. 8th Heaven Saint Realm. Once upon a time he had achieved meteoric success, but he had never once visited Lin Ling. He thought that Lin Ling was from a different world from him and could not be compared to him. But now he understood that no matter how he had changed, his future would be decided by Lin Ling. At this moment, Fuheng Manor had sent out a new expert to negotiate with Lin Ling. In response, Lin Ling had raised the price to 120 billion royal crystals. At first, Fuheng Manor did not agree, but after considering that this might be the last chance for them to make peace with Lin Ling, they finally agreed. Most importantly, they knew that the ninth god Eye had also come to Yen province. The ninth god Eye was the strongest under the demigod realm. If he joined forces with Lin Ling, Fuheng Manor would have a hard time stopping them. Fuheng Zhuang also deeply understood that Lin Ling had grown up. He was already a big shot in the 9 prefectures. Therefore, after they handed over the royal crystals, they reached an agreement with Lin Ling that they would never participate in the matters between Lin Ling and the new heavenly court. In this way, Lin Ling only had 2 enemies left, the new heavenly court and the Flying Dragon organization. Lin Ling had no intention of negotiating with the Flying Dragon organization. The main reason was that they were not as rich as Fuheng Manor. Therefore, even if the Flying Dragon organization surrendered, Lin Ling would not get any benefits. As for the new heavenly court, needless to say, Lin Ling and them would not rest until one of them was dead. After the matters between Fuheng Manor and the Divine Escort Mansion were settled, Lin Ling had no intention of staying in Yen province. He planned to return to the final world. On this day, Lin Ling waited for his master's wedding to be settled before he chatted with all his family and friends. After catching up, Lin Ling bid farewell and left. Just as he left and arrived at the universal void, the old woman appeared. She had obviously been waiting for Lin Ling for a long time. Lin Ling also handed over the will of the world to the old woman, which made the old woman somewhat excited. By the way, Senior, my wife's talents have greatly improved. I wonder if you can recommend them to the final world? Lin Ling looked expectantly at the old woman and said. The old woman smiled and nodded. You stayed by their side during this time and helped them improve their strength. I also saw that they have reached the strength to enter the final world. Therefore, I will recommend them to a school. Thank you, Senior. Lin Ling was overjoyed. You finished most of your tasks in the 9 continents. In the following days, you should strive to reach the martial progenitor realm as soon as possible. Only by reaching this level will you be able to see a new sky. Come, let's go back. The old woman nodded and led Lin Ling and Yen State towards the final world. Lin Ling had completed the 2nd trial. Logically speaking, he should also receive the same reward. However, the old woman had handed the will of the world to Lei Gong. Therefore, Lin Ling had to wait for the time being. At the same time, the news of Fuheng Manor and Godly Escort Mansion shaking hands with Lin Ling reached the new heavenly court. Wendian Martial God also received the news, but he did not say anything. However, the others were very unhappy. While they were cursing Fuheng Manor, they also had the idea of attacking Lin Ling. However, Wendian Martial God knew about this and suppressed it in the end. There was no doubt that the experts of the new heavenly court were puzzled. Because Lin Ling was ceaselessly growing stronger, and his objective was to destroy the new heavenly court. So why hadn't they killed him yet? After all, based on Lin Ling's monstrous progress, it would be impossible for them to kill him if they were given a little more time. Unfortunately, Wendian Martial God did not explain much about this. He only forbade people from touching Lin Ling. In fact, Lin Ling was not afraid of Wendian Martial God attacking him. This was because Lin Ling could clearly see how terrifying Lei Gong was. However, everything was as Lin Ling had guessed. Wendian Martial God did not attack Lin Ling. Peaceful days passed quietly. Lin Ling once again lived in seclusion in the courtyard, isolated from the rest of the world. He rarely returned to Snow Wind Academy. On the contrary, there were still many legends about Lin Ling in the academy. During this period of time, Lin Ling had also used all the cultivation resources to improve his realm. This was because his current space-time divine steel had reached its limit. Dragon Bone, Dragon Soul, and the realm-swallowing beast. These talents were very difficult to increase. Therefore, when there was no progress, Lin Ling could only work on his realm. Most importantly, he now had a lot of royal crystals. He did not lack cultivation resources in the short term. Therefore, after spending some time, Lin Ling successfully reached the 8th stage of the Saint Realm. This was the late stage of the Saint Realm. Lin Ling was not happy or sad about this result. He continued to use the royal crystals to increase his cultivation and stabilize his realm. When his realm stabilized, Lin Ling slowly exited from his cultivation state. After checking his cultivation, Lin Ling was very satisfied. This was because he was now in the 8th stage of the Sage Realm. He was only 2 stages away from the peak of the Sage Realm. Lin Ling came to the final world to learn martial arts. The time he spent was not even enough for 100 years. His progress was terrifying. At this rate, I will be able to step into the martial ancestor realm in less than 10 years. When I return to the martial ancestor realm, it means that I have returned to Li Xiaoyao's heyday. However, compared to Li Xiaoyao's time, I am much stronger now. Back then, Li Xiaoyao cultivated all kinds of martial arts and comprehended the power of the ranks and the power of the ancestors. In this generation, I am only focusing on the chaos divine skill to increase my physical strength and talent. Therefore, although I don't have many tricks up my sleeve, my foundation is much more solid. Lin Ling thought to himself. Now, his methods were more like using brute force to subdue 3 intellect. Young master, congratulations on coming out of seclusion. When Lin Ling walked out, Dou Kening and the others immediately congratulated him. How long have I been in seclusion? Lin Ling looked at Dou Kening and said as he picked Xiao Yu up. Young master, you have been in seclusion for a year. Dou Kening said respectfully. A year was not a long time. Oh yes, young master, when you were in seclusion, the deputy dean of Snow Academy looked for you and asked you to go to the hidden fog island. Dou Kening suddenly thought of something and reminded him. When did that happen? Lin Ling looked at Dou Kening. It happened a month ago. Dou Kening said immediately. When Lin Ling heard that, he did not care. It had happened a month ago. By now, the so-called hidden fog island had already started. Therefore, he did not need to care about it. Young master, you are out of seclusion. At this moment, the old woman also appeared. She slowly walked into the small courtyard and looked at Lin Ling with a respectful expression. Lin Ling greeted her politely. The old lady nodded with a smile and said, Lin Ling, if you are going to the hidden fog island, you can still make it there. Chapter 35:11. A Dragon Ball. The old lady explained, Young master, if you were to rush to the hidden fog island from here, you would definitely be in a rush. So, it doesn't matter if you go or not. However, there are 8 academies going to the hidden fog island this time. One of them is Yu Yu's academy. So, Yu Yu and the rest might be participating. That's why I reminded you to participate. Yes. I see. Yes. Lin Ling was stunned. Then he smiled and said, Yu Yu and the rest have come to the final world. Which academies are they in? Yes. They are in Lu Ming Academy and Fei He Academy. These 2 academies are also main city academies. Their history is not much weaker than Snow Academy. The old lady said immediately. Lin Ling was even happier for Yu Yu and the rest. Although he knew that Yu Yu and the rest would definitely become academy students, he did not expect it to happen so quickly. In that case, Lin Ling would have to rush to the hidden fog island. Alright, senior, I have decided what my reward is. After making his decision, Lin Ling suddenly looked at the old lady and said. Previously, when the old lady went to hand in the will of the world, she had reminded Lin Ling to think about what his reward was and to tell her when he returned. This was also the reason why Lin Ling had been working hard during this period of time. He wanted to find out what he was lacking the most. I have a plan. Hearing that, the old lady suddenly looked forward to it. I want a Dragon Ball. Lin Ling looked at the old lady and said word by word. His words stunned the old lady at first. Then she smiled bitterly. Dragon Ball, this was the essence of the Dragon Ball. Only the king of the Dragon God would be born. This meant that even the purest Dragon God bloodline might not have a Dragon Ball. Such a treasure would be a precious treasure in the eyes of any force, even in the eyes of the 9 states martial gods. Senior, is it difficult? Looking at the old lady's bitter smile, Lin Ling felt that he had asked for too much. The reason why he chose the Dragon Balls was because he found that he had greatly improved in many aspects, except for the Dragon God talent. That was why he made this request. It's not that difficult. It's just that I'm more surprised by your conditions. Don't worry, I reckon that Thunder Lord will agree to your conditions. You completed the second trial very well and sealed the will of the world. Moreover, as far as I know, there were a total of 5 people who tried to snatch the will of the world. The fact that you were able to succeed in the hands of so many people shows your ability. The old woman smiled and nodded, which made Lin Ling immediately excited. This meant that Lei Gong agreed. And as long as he obtained a Dragon Ball, Lin Ling might be able to improve the Dragon God's talent, greatly increasing his strength. Of course, Lin Ling was just casually mentioning it. He did not expect Lei Gong to really have one. It seemed that Lin Ling had underestimated Lei Gong's wealth. I'll report this to Lei Gong. Now you should go to the hidden fog island first. I reckon that I'll be able to bring back the Dragon Balls by the time you return. The old lady said to Lin Ling with a smile. All right. Lin Ling was undoubtedly even more excited. However, he asked curiously, the Wind Snow Academy rushed to the hidden fog island a month ago. Will I be too late if I go now? It's okay. These academies were only sparring in martial arts at the beginning. That's why they only started to enter the hidden fog island now. If you rush there from here, it'll take you about 3 days. The old lady analyzed. With the old lady's affirmation, Lin Ling was finally relieved. Since Yu Yu and Lin Ling were there, he would definitely rush over. Xiao Yu, come with me to see Sister Yu Yu and the rest. Yeah? I haven't seen Yu Yu and the rest for a long time. Thinking of Yu Yu and the rest, Xiao Yu was undoubtedly very happy. After kissing Lin Ling on the cheek, she immediately urged Lin Ling to hurry over. Lin Ling laughed and left a few words to Do Afterimage and the rest before leaving Snow Wind City. Although it was Lin Ling's first time going to the Hidden Fog Island, it was extremely famous in the final world. Therefore, it was not difficult to find the direction to it. As for the Hidden Fog Island, it was a gathering place for the strong to retire. Some people who had become disillusioned with the mortal world or wanted to enter a new world once again would come to the Hidden Fog Island to live a peaceful life. Moreover, the Hidden Fog Island itself had magical powers that made the people who lived there very comfortable. As time passed, more and more people came to live on the Hidden Fog Island. According to the old lady's directions, Lin Ling brought Xiao Yu along and traveled alone. They traveled for a total of 3 days. Soon, a large cloud of fog appeared in front of them. It covered the sky and the sun, and it was extremely beautiful. Lin Ling knew that they had arrived at the Hidden Fog Island. Looking at the surroundings of the Hidden Fog Island, he saw a large number of people gathered there. It was obvious that they were all students from the 6 academies. This also meant that Lin Ling had finally made it. If I were a little late, Yu Yu and the rest would have entered the Hidden Fog Island. If I wanted to find them again, I would have to wait outside. Looking at the large group of people in front of him, Lin Ling could not help but feel happy. The 6 academies in front of him were Snow Wind, Lumen, Flying Crane, Ray Glow, Guan, and Saijia. These were the major academies in the main cities, and their backgrounds and seniority were not weak. At that moment, the 6 academies seemed to be planning to let their students enter the Hidden Fog Island for training. However, before the training, the elders of the academies were talking and introducing the students who were participating in the training, as well as their strengths. Wow, so beautiful. Is that Beauty with the Dragon's Bloodline the new junior from Lumen Academy? Beautiful, too beautiful. No, I want to transfer schools. I want to go to Luming Academy. Go ahead. I only need the junior with the eyes that seem to be singing. TSK, that one is also extremely beautiful. Around them, whispers could be heard from time to time. Moreover, although they were whispering, their voices were not soft at all. Of course, many people were also looking at the 2 beauties. The 2 beauties looked to be in their early 20s, but not only were they beautiful, even their talents had reached an extremely terrifying level. They did not look like freshmen at all but more like seniors. Together with the freshmen, they became the focus of the various academies in an instant. Even Zhuang Yanming and the other freshmen from Snow Wind Academy stared at the 2 beauties with their hearts thumping non-stop. Beauties like Chu Yun and Fairy Xan Yen might think highly of themselves, but when compared to the ultimate grade 4 desolate body of others, they were immediately overshadowed like fireflies. Most importantly, they were just freshmen. Another Dragon Clan talent, and it looks even purer than Zhuang Yanming's. TSK, no wonder everyone is so crazy about it. Chu Yun exclaimed. The talent of the dragon tribe. This is the little dragon girl. Honestly speaking, if not for the fact that I have some self-awareness and know that such a little dragon girl does not belong to me, I'm afraid that I would have taken action. Zhuang Yanming sighed and said. Chapter 35:12. Everyone was jealous. Thus, their eyes were filled with surprise. It wasn't because of everyone's admiration for them, but because they were surprised that with their talents, they could actually cause such a great reaction in the final world. If Big Brother Lin Ling hadn't given us all the treasures to cultivate, I'm afraid that we'd just be ordinary existences right now. Brother Lin Ling, it's always like this. So many people are looking at us. Doesn't he think about this kind of situation for us? The 2 women said helplessly. They were Yu Yu and Xian Yuangu. Junior sister Yu Yu, the trial on the Hidden Fog Island is about to begin. Although the trial is not a small matter to you, there are always accidents. Why don't I go with you and protect you during the journey? His name was Duan Tianzhan. Not only was he a member of the Duan clan, but he was also one of the elites of the academy. Seeing that he was looking for an opportunity to get close to the beauty, the others couldn't stand it anymore and invited him with smiles. However, Yu Yu and the others actually ignored them. They casually swept their gazes over them and were suddenly stunned. Because in the distance, A slender figure was walking over in an unbridled manner. Such a figure would undoubtedly become the focus of attention in this kind of situation, and the outcome would definitely not be good. However, when Yu and the others saw it, they were extremely excited. Who is that guy? He looks so bold. Are you late? Fuck, he's so confident even though he's late. I'm afraid he's the only one from the 6th grade academies. Idiot. Many people also saw the person who came. Most of them were disdainful. If they knew that grandstanding fellow, he would definitely be scolded by his elders. Unfortunately, the newcomer still did as he pleased and appeared before everyone's eyes. Most importantly, he didn't pay any attention to the crowd, nor did he greet them. Instead, he directly walked towards the two beauties. Now, it was even more impossible for people not to notice him. This guy is too bold. With such a style, he should be from the 9 continents. Those fellows from the 9 continents are so overbearing. If they take a fancy to someone, they will directly snatch it. Unfortunately, that idiot forgot that this is the final world. I bet he'll be slapped away by the beauty before he even gets close to her. Even more people started to laugh and schadenfreude. The person who came was none other than Lin Ling. At this moment, he didn't care about the gazes around him and directly went to Yu and the others. Yu and the others also looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Ever since they came to the final world, they had been looking for Lin Ling. Unfortunately, the final world was too big and they couldn't find him in a short time. However, they were sure that Lin Ling would definitely come to find them. And now Lin Ling had indeed come. Without waiting for Yu to speak, Lin Ling grabbed Yu's hand. Wow! The crowd immediately went into an uproar. That guy was really straightforward. However, this straightforwardness wasn't over yet. Lin Ling's other hand grabbed Shen Yuanger's hand again. This time Lin Ling had a beauty each. Furthermore, they were beauties with ultimate grade 4 desolate bodies. It was impossible to say that they weren't jealous. Everyone's eyes were burning with anger. What made them the most indignant was that the two beauties, Yu and Yu, not only did they not resist, they even looked very happy. And this was undoubtedly the crux of the matter. As long as Yu and Yu resisted, they would definitely rush forward and tear that shameless man to pieces. Lin Ling, you have finally come to find us. Yu ignored the gazes of the crowd and continued looking at Lin Ling excitedly. Shen Yuanger was the same. This also made their school unable to watch any further. A teacher asked, "Teacher, he is my husband Lin Ling." Yu replied while blinking her eyes. Without a doubt, everyone's hearts immediately felt like they were being torn apart. He is also my husband Lin Ling. However, what made people feel like their hearts were being torn apart was not just one stab but two. This was because Shen Yuangu had also admitted it. This also made the surroundings suddenly turn eerily silent. It was fine that the man had obtained one beauty, but he had obtained two. Furthermore, this man's eyes were too sharp. The wives he had found were not only beautiful, but they also had ultimate grade 4 desolate bodies. Such a rare occurrence had actually happened to the man. Comparing oneself to others was infuriating. Many people's eyes turned red. They wanted to say something but they did not know what to say. They could only watch as Lin Ling accompanied Yu and Yu. They wished they could transform into Lin Ling and replace Lin Ling. Of course, this was just wishful thinking. It was still possible when one thought about it. Wait, isn't today the time for our 6 schools to exchange pointers? Shouldn't all unrelated people be chased away? That man is not from our school. If it were up to me, we should chase him away. A few men could not find a way to interrupt Lin Ling, so they wanted to forcefully interrupt him. That's right. Deputy Dean, this person's public appearance in our 6 schools is a great humiliation to us. If it were up to me, we should chase that guy away. Chase him away, we must chase him away. More people roared. Their faces were filled with sneers. It was as if they could already see the scene of Lin Ling being chased away and watching his beautiful wife leave him. Upon thinking of this, many people could not help but laugh out loud. I'm sorry. That youth is actually a student from our school. However, he was late, so he came late. However, everyone's excitement and anticipation were quickly interrupted by others. It was a few teachers from Snow Wind Academy. This was because they recognized that the guy who ignored everyone and directly reminisced with his wife was very similar to their school's Lin Ling. No, it should be said that they were exactly the same. That way of doing things in his own way was simply 100% the same. What? Everyone had just found an excuse to attack Lin Ling, but they had all failed. This made them so angry that their noses were crooked. Junior sister Yu, is this person your husband? I don't think much of him. After all, you have a 4th grade ultimate desolate body. His strength is definitely not much stronger than yours. And for a man to rely on his wife, such a man can't do much. It's possible for him to be called that. It's also possible for him to be called a gigolo. That's right, a gigolo. Many people suddenly chuckled. Their words were also extremely unpleasant to the ears. What does it have to do with you? He is our husband. No matter what he is, we like him. Furthermore, it will never have anything to do with you. Yu's expression immediately turned ugly. However, Xin Yuange was a little witch. She smiled and suddenly hugged Lin Ling even more tightly. Furthermore, her entire body moved closer to him. Upon seeing this, Yu immediately followed suit. Chapter 35-13. Hidden Fog Island. Lin Ling naturally sensed everyone's jealousy. He smiled bitterly because he didn't expect Yu and the others to be so popular. However, other people's jealousy was one thing, but Lin Ling wouldn't refuse to acknowledge his wife just because of fear. So, he also held Yu and the others' hands and walked towards the Snow Wind Academy. However, how could the people from the other 5 great academies allow Lin Ling to come and go as he pleased? If Lin Ling took away Yu and the others in front of them, then what face would the 5 great academies have left? Wait. At this moment, someone finally stepped out and blocked Lin Ling's path. Sir, what kind of man are you to hide behind a woman? Furthermore, another person walked out. These two were both experts of the Shinair Hall and had illustrious reputations. After they walked out, many people laughed excitedly because they could sense that Lin Ling was going to have a good show to watch. Scram. However, Lin Ling also spoke indifferently, but he didn't even look at them. Scram? Everyone laughed. Their laughter was extremely loud. Only they knew how powerful the experts of the Shinair Hall were. Lin Ling actually told them to scram? In this way, no matter how good their mentality was, it was impossible for them to let Lin Ling go. After all, if Lin Ling was a little more polite and spoke with a better attitude, the other party wouldn't be so angry. However, Lin Ling directly told the other party to get lost. Scram? The two exchanged glances with one another before they shook their heads and burst out laughing. They were both martial progenitors, but Lin Ling was asking them to piss off? Just as they were about to speak, a light flashed in front of them. Lin Ling had already made his move. The two of them were stunned at first and then they became furious. That was because this unknown fellow had actually attacked them and he had even attacked them. How dare he do that? The two of them exchanged glances and were already prepared to see how Lin Ling would die. The crowd gasped. Not only did he ask them to scram, but he actually took the initiative to attack them. Even if Yu and the others pleaded for mercy, it would be useless. Boom. Lin Ling's attack was very simple. It was just a light bump with his shoulder and no one cared about this bump at all. Because when one reached their level without powerful ancestral power and extraordinary talent, everything else was nothing but paper. How dare you bump into us? Be careful, your shoulder will break. The two of them snorted disdainfully and didn't use any means to defend themselves. Boom. However, when Lin Ling's arm bumped into one's shoulder, A's shoulder, a loud boom. It was as if that person had been hit by a meteor and was shot into the distance at a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye. The others'? Just as he was about to shout, Lin Ling's arm slammed into him. Boom. The sound of space being shattered echoed as the other person's robe was instantly torn apart. His expression was extremely serious, as if he had encountered a mortal enemy. He even summoned his family's heirloom armor. Ka. However, the armor cracked under Lin Ling's attack. My family heirloom lion god armor. The student let out a pained cry. Then, like a shooting star, he shot into the distance and disappeared without a trace. One had to know that this student was an expert of the Shinair Hall and an emissary of God. But now, the emissary of God had been sent flying, and the armor that the god had rewarded him with had been shattered. Yu's husband's strength was too terrifying. Who is he? Why is he so powerful, but I've never heard of his name? Oh my god, I can't even see his moves clearly. Tiskithe with such strength, could it be that he's an expert of the third hall? Everyone who wanted to watch a good show was dumbfounded at this moment. Duan Tianzhan from the Duan clan narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lin Ling with a grave expression. The most ironic thing was that even now, he still didn't know who Lin Ling was. On the contrary, the people of the Snow Wind Academy were used to it. Lin Ling was the #1 in the Shinair Hall. If he was not powerful, then it would be strange. Teacher, why did you gather at the hidden fog island? Lin Ling led Yu and the others towards the Snow Wind Academy. Regarding this mission, to be honest, he didn't really care about this kind of thing. But since he was already here, then he would stick to it. The purpose of this gathering on the hidden fog island is to have a martial Dao exchange. Since the hidden fog island is not a trial for new students, there are no requirements. The teacher from the Snow Wind Academy looked at Lin Ling and said, although it was the first time he had spoken to Lin Ling, but he had seen how strong Lin Ling was. So that's how it is. How long will it take? Lin Ling asked again. About 3 months, I guess. The teacher immediately replied. Lin Ling nodded. To him, the hidden fog island could be a part of it. But since Yu and the others were participating, then Lin Ling planned to follow them for 3 months. Lin Ling, are you going to represent the Snow Wind Academy? The teacher asked again. Of course. Lin Ling did not hide anything and replied immediately. That's great. The teacher immediately became happy, and so did Zhuang Yanming and the others. This time, the students from the Snow Wind Academy participating in the hidden fog island were from the Xin Yi Hall, the Xin Air Hall and the Xin Air Hall. Among them, the Xin Air Hall was the strongest. But since Lin Ling was also participating, then the strongest in the Snow Wind Academy would definitely be Lin Ling. Have you found out? Who is that person? Yes, the son of the devil Lin Ling. I heard that he is the number 1 in the Xin Air Hall of the Snow Wind Academy. So it's him. The students from the other 5 academies immediately narrowed their eyes. Many of them had evil intentions in their eyes. There were even murderous intents. Although they hid it well, they did reveal their murderous intents towards Lin Ling. The murderous intents were undoubtedly from the Duan family and the New Heavenly Court. These 2 forces and Lin Ling would not rest until one of them was dead. Lin Ling did not care about all of this. Even if he knew, he would not care. This was because if anyone dared to kill him on the hidden fog island, then Lin Ling could guarantee that they would not leave the hidden fog island alive. The hidden fog island is open. Everyone go in. Remember, visit those seniors. It will definitely be of great help to your martial arts. Finally, a teacher shouted. Then, the students from the 6 academies entered the hidden fog island. The teachers did not follow them and allowed the students to show off their skills on the island. Lin Ling brought Yu and the others into the hidden fog island. They then realized that it was a huge island. The entire island was covered by a hazy fog and an ancient aura permeated the air. Brother Ling, it's been a long time since I trained with you. Yes. Yu and the others were undoubtedly happy to be able to follow Lin Ling. Yes, but Brother Ling came to the final world earlier than all of you, so he is considered half a master. All of you are considered guests, so Brother Ling will be the tour guide and bring all of you around. Yes. Chapter 35:14. Master Qingyun. Since Brother Ling is a tour guide, do you know what's on the hidden fog island? Xian Yuange teased. His words made Lin Ling smile awkwardly. Lin Ling did not know much about the hidden fog island. This is the residence of a few retired seniors. They have been here for tens of thousands of years. Although they have retired, their knowledge is still there, so the academy has arranged for us to visit them for guidance. Xian Yuange said immediately. So it's a place of cowardly ruffians. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded in realization. Brother Ling, why do you say that? If your words were to spread out, those seniors would definitely be unhappy. Xian Yuange and Yu were immediately surprised by Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling, on the other hand, didn't really care. He shook his head and said, if these martial artists who live in seclusion here had courage, why would they rest here? A truly courageous martial artist, no matter how big the storm was, would still move forward resolutely. If he stopped and had the thought of returning home, this meant that he was not far from being eliminated. Big Brother Lin Ling is right. Hearing this, Xian Yuange and the others suddenly understood. The 3 of them chatted as they walked, feeling relaxed and at ease. Just as they walked further and further away, several figures suddenly appeared where they were standing just a moment ago. The son of devil Lin Ling. Since we've run into him today, we have to kill him no matter what. That's right. I heard that a big shot has taken a liking to him. Even Sirwentian martial god doesn't dare to touch him. Therefore, the hidden fog island is an opportunity. Rumor has it that his strength is not weak. However, we are all emissaries of God, so killing him shouldn't be too difficult. Soon, these people disappeared without a trace. On the other side, Lin Ling was casually walking with Yu and the others, and they encountered some demonic beasts along the way. However, these demonic beasts couldn't enter Lin Ling's eyes at all, so it didn't take long for them to be killed by Yu and the others. Lin Ling also took the opportunity to guide Yu and the others. Big Brother Ling, our teacher warned us that there is only one purpose for this trip, and that is to pay a visit to Master Qingyun. Yu suddenly said after the three of them had walked for a long time. Master Qingyun was a respected senior in the final world. However, he had been severely injured in a battle in the past. Since then he had retreated from this world and lived in seclusion. All the academies respected him, so all the students who entered the hidden Fog Island had to visit Master Qingyun. Of course, this wasn't a hard and fast rule. It was just that it would be best if they could visit. Since that's the case, let's go take a look. Lin Ling naturally didn't care. He saw that Yu and the others were looking forward to it, so he followed their wishes. Master Qingyun isn't hard to find. Xian Yuan seemed to have done her homework before coming. She grinned and was in charge of leading the way. Lin Ling followed the two girls and realized that there weren't any cities on the hidden Fog Island. There were only small rural towns. The martial Dao masters lived in these rural towns. It was quite interesting. When they arrived at Master Qingyun's place, Yu and the others realized that it was extremely lively. All the students from the various academies were paying a visit to Master Qingyun. It seemed that as long as they could get Master Qingyun's signature, they would be rewarded when they returned to their teacher. They could even be promoted from God's first hall to God's second hall. Hey, isn't this the first demon son of Snow Wind Academy's God's second hall, Lin Ling? You're really late. Don't tell me you're looking down on Master Qingyun. At this moment, a laugh suddenly rang out and interrupted everyone's conversation. In an instant, countless people looked at the three people who had suddenly arrived. The three of them were Lin Ling, Yu and the others. The first hall of God's second hall, Lin Ling? I seem to have heard of his name. This guy seems to be very famous in the 9 states. Not long ago, I heard that he destroyed the Flame Emperor of the Flame State. He's so arrogant. People nowadays think that they have some ability and are impatient. They don't know that there's always someone better than them. Suddenly, whispers could be heard from all around. Many people had heard of Lin Ling's name. However, Lin Ling had ignored them previously. This made them target Lin Ling in their hearts. After all, everyone present was the best of their respective academies. In the 9 states, every one of them was a domineering existence. How could they submit to others so easily? Yi, the son of Demon Lin Ling. I heard that he's going to enter the divine list. As expected, ordinary people like us can't compare to him. Divine list? You must be joking. How could he be qualified with his mediocre skills? That's a fool's dream. Only God's messengers can enter the divine list. I don't think he's God's messengers at all. Speaking of the divine list, everyone's emotions were heightened. Everyone sat in 2s and 3s and expressed their opinions. However, Lin Ling and the others were still standing. The main reason was that no one came to greet them. Master Qingyun's people did not seem to care about Lin Ling either. Of course, Lin Ling and the others were guests after all. They had come from afar. Therefore, even if Master Qingyun's people were too lazy to greet them, they still had to put up a front. Junior brother Lin Ling, please forgive us for our previous neglect. We were very surprised when we heard that you've entered the divine list. That's why we forgot to greet you. After a while, a representative of Master Qingyun said with a smile. He seemed to be apologizing, but in reality he did not mean what he said. No wonder he has to hide in the hidden Fog Island. He's so silly and not smart. If such a person leaves the hidden Fog Island, he won't have a future. This is what they mean by seeing a spot and knowing the whole leopard. At this moment, Lin Ling sighed and said, "What?" The people who were still discussing earlier all had their mouths wide open. Lin Ling seemed to be mocking Master Qingyun's people. Did I hear wrongly? Why don't you try slapping me? Someone exclaimed. Slap. The person next to him immediately slapped him, telling him that he was not dreaming. Lin Ling was indeed mocking Master Qingyun's people. Silly and not clever at all. He must be talking about Master Qingyun's people. As the saying went, seeing a spot and knowing the whole leopard. It meant that Master Qingyun's people were silly. Therefore, Master Qingyun was probably no better. No wonder he had to hide in the hidden Fog Island. If he did not hide in the hidden Fog Island, he would not have a future. As soon as this was said, more and more people exclaimed in shock. Indeed, Master Qingyun was not very powerful. Otherwise he would not have hidden in the hidden Fog Island. However, he had seniority. Otherwise, the academy would not have sent students to visit Master Qingyun. However, a student from the academy had just said that Master Qingyun was worthless. If this student's teacher was here, he would probably be enraged to the point of no return. Linling, you're too outrageous. You're smearing the reputation of our 6 great academies. You're making Master Qingyun think that the quality of our batch of students isn't high and that we don't know how to respect our teachers. Chapter 35-15. Provocation. As for the students from Snow Wind Academy, especially Zhuang Yanming, Chu Yun and the rest, they were all secretly laughing bitterly. Lacking in quality and not knowing how to respect one's teacher? This sentence was very accurate because Linling had always been like this in the Snow Wind Academy. Not to mention teachers and seniors, even the headmaster, that guy did not even put them in his eyes. Duan Tianzhan thought that by putting such a big label on Linling, he would definitely embarrass Linling. What he didn't know was that Linling didn't care at all. Things are going to get interesting. Linling doesn't put anyone in his eyes in the Wind Snow Academy, but there are 6 academies gathered here. The other 5 academies won't tolerate this kind of humiliation. Yeah, and not only the people from the other academies, even Master Qingyun's people don't like Linling. Chu Yun and the others immediately started whispering to each other. Linling dared to speak before because he felt that Grandmaster Qingyun's people were neglecting him. They made him stand for so long and didn't even invite him to take a seat. But who would have thought that Grandmaster Qingyun's people wouldn't accept it? What do you mean by respecting your master? This young master, may I ask if this Master Qingyun is your master? Or your father? Linling looked at Duan Tianzhan and asked calmly. What nonsense are you talking about? Duan Tianzhan said angrily. Great Master Qingyun is a grandmaster of the Mount Tai and the Big Dipper. How could he be my father? You are such a despicable person. This Master Qingyun is not your father, nor is he your master. Why are you so agitated? Maybe you didn't even treat your master so grandly. You're just a wretched wretch. Linling shook his head and looked calmly at Duan Tianzhan. Duan Tianzhan was immediately enraged, but Linling spoke again. I think this Master Qingyun is actually a martial arts senior who was eliminated. Although he has some experience in martial arts, his experience may not be accurate. Otherwise, why would he be eliminated and hide here in seclusion? So all of you don't listen to what others say. Just focus on pursuing your own martial arts. This tone was simply the tone of a senior. Those who didn't know him would think that Linling was Master Qingyun. This time, everyone was so angry that their noses were crooked, but they couldn't refute it for a while. Yu and the others were secretly laughing. They knew what Linling meant. Linling despised deserters the most. Even if Grandmaster Qingyun wasn't strong, as long as he was still working hard, he was worthy of the title of Grandmaster. However, Grandmaster Qingyun was just a deserter, hiding in seclusion. Why should he be respected so much? Moreover, Yu and the others knew that Linling treated them the same way. Linling had been here for so long, but Master Qingyun didn't let anyone greet him. That was why Linling didn't put him in his eyes. Your Excellency, be careful of your words. Everyone was furious. Grandmaster Qingyun's people were even more furious. Someone immediately said in a bad mood. Linling naturally heard the anger in those words. He didn't care and smiled. This place is isolated from the world. What kind of disaster can there be? In my opinion, this place is actually a country of women. When this country of women was mentioned, everyone was even more furious. Linling actually used this kind of analogy. Could it be that he was saying that this place of seclusion had no risk and was suitable for women to live in? What an imposing manner. It's very similar to our imposing manner in the past. Men, come and take a seat. At this time, a smile suddenly sounded. Many people knew that it was Grandmaster Qingyun's voice. As expected of Grandmaster Qingyun, a great person like you is magnanimous. You don't care about this clown at all. Yes. Moreover, this person's spirit is too sharp. Sooner or later he will kick an iron plate. Yes. Hearing Grandmaster Qingyun's voice, flattering voices came from all around. Linling didn't care at all. Looking at the 3 chairs flying towards him, he wanted to receive them. But soon after, he immediately discovered that there was something wrong with those chairs. Their speed was very fast, reaching 300 world speed. Very clearly, this Grandmaster Qingyun purposely wanted to teach Linling a lesson. On the surface, he asked him to take a seat. But the speed of the chairs was very fast. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to catch up with them. If Linling didn't find a chair to sit on, he would definitely become a laughing stock. This little friend, why don't you sit on it? Could it be that you don't like my broken bamboo chair? As if sensing Lin Ling's difficulty, Grandmaster Qin Yun's voice floated out. His words were filled with thick sarcasm and ridicule. At first, the surrounding people were still doubtful. But gradually they reacted, and one by one they began to laugh. Sit. Weren't you very arrogant before? Now that you are invited to sit, you don't even dare to sit. Sit. Sit my ass. Those chairs have already surpassed 300 world speed. He can't even see through that kind of speed, so how can he sit? Looking down on Senior, now you know regret. After the laughter, all kinds of mocking voices rang out. In the eyes of the crowd, the 3 chairs were spinning around. Their speed was extremely fast. Let alone catching them, just being able to see them meant that their strength was somewhat extraordinary. Little friend, why don't you sit? At the crucial moment, Grandmaster Qin Yun's kind voice occasionally floated out. It seemed like a question. But in reality, everyone knew that he was trying to suppress Lin Ling. Grandmaster Qin Yun, is this how you treat your guests? Lin Ling smiled and asked with his hands behind his back. That's not it. It's just that some people are arrogant and unruly. That's why the Academy wants us, the older generation, to suppress them and let them know that there is always someone better. So when dealing with those who break the law, we have to be a bit stricter. Grandmaster Qin Yun's voice floated out again. Is the Academy blind? It's not good to find some real warriors. Why do they have to find some deserters, women, cowards? Could it be that the Academy wants to teach us that in the future, if we feel that the road ahead is difficult, we can find a place to hide and live in seclusion? Obediently become a deserter? Lin Ling immediately sneered. What a venomous mouth. This time, Grandmaster Qin Yun couldn't hold it in anymore. His expression was extremely ugly. But at this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated out again. Moreover, does the Academy think that by finding some deserters they can suppress us? Hehe, the Academy really knows how to joke. This speed is just that I, Lin Ling, don't want to sit. Otherwise, if I want to sit, even if the sky falls and the earth rends, nothing can stop me. Shameless boasting. Fuck, he can't even see through the speed of those chairs. He actually dares to boast like this. If you have the ability, then let him continue standing. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the surrounding people were boiling with anger. Lin Ling couldn't see through the speed of the chair's rotation. In order to not lose face, he actually said that he didn't care. Ah. Grandmaster Qin Yun also thought so. He let out a disdainful laugh. However, before his laughter ended, a puss sound rang out. Lin Ling was still standing there. However, his left arm stretched out and actually grabbed onto one of the rotating chairs. Bang. Chapter 35:16. Bullshit. With such little speed, it's really like a turtle crawling. At the same time, Lin Ling said in disdain. What? He can actually see through the speed of 300 worlds? Everyone immediately stopped mocking him and spoke in grave voices. Although 300 world speed wasn't considered a top speed to them, they had always believed that Lin Ling didn't possess such a speed. Master Qin Yun also frowned slightly. However, he immediately sped up the speed of the chair. He did not believe that a junior could be so powerful. The speed of the chair has increased again. I'm afraid it has reached the speed of 400 worlds. 400 world speed, that's a speed that no early-stage martial ancestor can achieve. As expected of Master Qin Yun. Some of them began to see stars, but some of the stronger students could clearly see that the speed of the chair had increased. However, as soon as they cried out in surprise, Lin Ling didn't even look in front of him. With a grab of his arm, he forcefully pulled down another chair at a terrifying speed and finally placed it on the ground. This is your chair. Sit. When his voice drifted out, the entire place fell silent. How could Lin Ling catch it with the speed of 400 realms? One had to know that this kind of 400 world speed did not maintain the state of shooting in a straight line. Instead, it rotated in all directions irregularly. It was absolutely impossible to rely on luck to catch the chair. It was also impossible to rely on one's eyesight. Because even with eyesight, without the corresponding speed, one would not be able to catch the rapidly shooting chair at all. To be honest, playing these little tricks is really beneath my status. While the crowd was still in shock, Lin Ling said nonchalantly, Did I lose my identity? Even Master Qin Yun didn't say these words, and you, Lin Ling, actually have the nerve to say it? Could it be that in front of Master Qin Yun you are the real master? As for Master Qin Yun, he was undoubtedly feeling the most awkward because he had wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson in front of everyone, but in the end, Lin Ling had taught him a lesson. his eyebrows twitched, and before he knew it, the last chair had begun to roll madly, and cracks had appeared in the surrounding space. Obviously, the last chair had been pushed to its limit by him. 500 sector speed. Even an ordinary late-stage martial progenitor would not be able to achieve such speed. As for Lin Ling, he was only at the Saint Realm. He had never experienced such speed in his entire life. Ignorant brat. After activating the speed of 500 worlds, Grandmaster Qin Yun was elated. He had been living in seclusion here for so long, and this was the first time he met someone who dared to look down on him. But now, he wanted that ignorant brat to regret underestimating him. Bang. However, just as his words fell, the void rippled. Lin Ling's arm made a quick tug in the air, and a dragon claw light appeared. In the next moment, a chair seemed to have been summoned, and Lin Ling smashed it heavily onto the ground. And Lin Ling directly sat on it. When I want to sit, no one can stop me. Whenever I want to sit, I will sit. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling sat in the center of the crowd with his legs crossed. He was as arrogant as he could be. However, the surroundings had long since become deathly silent. Grandmaster Qin Yun appeared and stared at Lin Ling with fear in his eyes. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently and said fearlessly, "I've already said it." "What, master?" "To put it bluntly, he's a deserter, a woman, and a coward. I really don't understand why the Academy wants us to visit these outdated martial artists. To be honest, they're completely useless to our martial arts journey." His words were unbridled. However, Grandmaster Qin Yun's face turned green and red. He could not refute him. "Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant." After a short moment of silence, Duan Tianzhan finally reacted and pointed at Lin Ling angrily. Now, the more he looked at Lin Ling, the more he disliked him. He wanted nothing more than to kill him on the spot. "What? You don't accept it? Alright, I'll give you a chance. If you can bring back the chair that I threw out, what's the point of me apologizing to you?" Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Then he stared at a student beside him. When that student was looked at by Lin Ling, his entire body trembled inexplicably. The shock that Lin Ling had given him was simply too strong. "Why are you so flustered?" "I won't hit you." Lin Ling looked at him calmly. With a kick of his right leg, that student's chair flew up. Then Lin Ling grabbed it and threw it into the distance. With this throw, Lin Ling had secretly used 5,000 boundary force. It was like a real dragon swinging its tail. The most frightening thing was that although the throw was very strong, Lin Ling could leave the chair unscathed. This showed how precise his control of his physical strength was. And when Lin Ling threw the chair, it instantly disappeared. That speed was definitely more than 500 boundary force. Go and find it. Just as everyone was in disbelief, Lin Ling looked at Duan Tianzhan and said calmly. Duan Tianzhan's eyes were trembling. It was too fast. He could not react at all. Now he could not even sense where the chair was flying. "If you can't find it, then don't talk nonsense." Seeing that Duan Tianzhan was unable to speak, Lin Ling paused and suddenly shouted. This voice directly frightened everyone to the point that their hearts were pounding. "You girl, let's go. I said that visiting seniors is quite boring." Ignoring everyone's shock, Lin Ling said in a bored manner. He held Yu's hands and slowly left. As for Master Qin Yun and the other strong cultivators of the various academies, they were all sitting there in silence. Their hearts were extremely heavy because so many of them had been humiliated by Lin Ling alone. "Kill him, we must kill him. His strength is at most comparable to an initial stage martial ancestor. We have a middle stage martial ancestor. That's right, I have a grade 4 ultimate desolate body. Even if he doesn't die, he will lose a layer of skin." Duan Tianzhan and the others stood up and shouted coldly. "Your Excellencies, you want to kill him?" The experts from Wind Snow Academy stood up and said. "This has nothing to do with you. Let me tell you, if you dare to help him, don't blame us for killing all of you." Duan Tianzhan immediately pointed at those people. He said coldly. "Help him?" The experts from Wind Snow Academy shook their heads. They did not intend to help Lin Ling. Instead, they wanted to remind Duan Tianzhan that Lin Ling's strength was stronger than he had imagined. But now there was no need to remind them. It could only be said that Duan Tianzhan had underestimated Lin Ling. Of course, this included Master Qin Yun. Chapter 35:17. Teach Lin Ling a lesson. After leaving Master Qin Yun's residence, Lin Ling did not have a destination in the short term. Initially, he wanted to leave the hidden Fog Island. However, he was afraid that he would be a burden to Yu and the rest. Therefore he decided to rest on the hidden fog island for the time being. Big Brother Ling, I'm afraid that your strength can be ranked among the top of the 36 academies. Yeah, I heard that the divine 3 halls of the 36 academies have a divine list. All of them are emissaries of God, and even some teachers are included. If you can enter the divine list, then you will be an extremely famous expert in the final world. While walking with Yu and the others kept explaining. Lin Ling didn't know much about this because after he came to the final world, he spent most of his time cultivating in Snow-Blowing City. He didn't know much about the powerhouses in the final world. Seeing Lin Ling's frown, Yu and the others smiled. They knew that Lin Ling must be confused. All the experts of the 3 halls can compete for the divine ranking. Rumor has it that this is the best opportunity to become a god's emissary. It can be said that those who enter the divine ranking are 100% emissaries. On the other hand, not all emissaries can enter the divine ranking. There is another benefit to entering the divine ranking, and that is that you have a chance to meet the gods. Yu is right. Basically, as long as they are confident in themselves, they will try their best to become a master on the divine list. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded, God's messenger, so that's how it is. If I remember correctly, in order to become a holy knight of God, the first thing you need to do is become a God's messenger. That's right. The holy knights of God have supreme authority in the final world. They can travel between the main cities and sub-cities. Even if they violate the rules, they will be safe and sound. Yu said again. Shi and Shen Yuan clearly yearned for the divine paladin. However, Lin Ling didn't pay much attention to this. If he remembered correctly, Duan Yi was a 2-talisman god sacred knight. In the end, he had still been killed by Lin Ling, and the Duan family hadn't dared to seek revenge. You must be. Lin Ling kneeled down. After a long while, when Lin Ling and the other 2 were about to find a quiet place to rest, several voices immediately sounded. A dozen figures appeared in the sky, and when they saw that Lin Ling and the others wanted to rest in a quiet mountain range, they immediately attacked. They activated their world essence and completely destroyed the quiet mountain range on the ground. Lin Ling, do you think you'll have a good time after offending us? After destroying the mountain range, those people coldly looked at Lin Ling and the others and said, You guys are too much. What academy are you from? Yu and Shen Yuan could no longer hold themselves back when they saw the other party's unbridled behavior. Yu, this matter has nothing to do with you. We're here for him. As for which academy we're from, it's best that you don't ask. It won't do you any good to know. Those people calmly looked at Yu and the others and said. Then they stared at Lin Ling and said, Weren't you very arrogant? Why don't you have anything to say now? Are you afraid? At this moment, Lin Ling stared at them in surprise. He hadn't expected these people to be so brazen. However, after thinking about it, he understood. Lin Ling was very famous in Snow City. Even the elites of the Snow Wind Academy didn't dare to provoke him. However, this didn't mean that the other academies would give him face. Firstly, the elites of the other academies didn't know Lin Ling's background. Secondly, their backgrounds weren't small. Therefore, when they persuaded Lin Ling, they directly attacked Lin Ling without any hesitation. Lin Ling also had a strange feeling because he hadn't been bullied like this in a long time. What do you want? Lin Ling asked indifferently. What do you want? Many people want to see a good show. The number of people is beyond your imagination. So no matter what, you have to leave something behind. This way we can report to the higher-ups. Those people thought that Lin Ling was afraid and couldn't help but sneer. What if I refuse? Lin Ling was still expressionless. It's not up to you to refuse. I don't know what kind of person you used to be, but this is the final world. Your previous tricks won't work in the final world. Brothers attack. The leading young man suddenly shook his head and smiled. Then he waved his hand heavily. Obviously, he didn't want to know Lin Ling's previous experience. He just wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson so that he could report to the higher-ups. If he knew Lin Ling's experience, he probably wouldn't dare to act rashly at this moment. Because in the 9 regions, in the 10,000 realms, Lin Ling's name had long been recognized as one of the most untouchable existences. Sage Realm? After receiving the order to attack, the others sneered. They took a step forward and grabbed at Lin Ling. Their strength was not weak. They had a 3rd-grade ultimate desolate body and the strength of an early-stage martial ancestor. Logically speaking, it would be easy for them to capture Lin Ling with such strength. It was a pity that they didn't find out what Lin Ling represented in the Snow Wind Academy, and how much value Lin Ling, the number 1 in the Shin'er Hall, had. At the same time, Lin Ling also made his move. He didn't need to use any means. All he needed was the space-time divine steel. Wherever he looked, the space-time divine steel would suppress. It was impossible to guard against. What kind of talent is this? Not good. It's at least a 5th grade ultimate desolate body. Heavens, this person actually has a 5th grade ultimate desolate body. After a single exchange, those people immediately knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. 5th grade, he actually had a 5th grade desolate body. Furthermore, this ultimate desolate body was very strange. It was fast and could attack silently. In just a few breaths, those people were immediately smashed to the ground. Their minds were constantly buzzing, as if they still couldn't believe what had happened in front of them. A sage had actually defeated them, martial ancestor, so easily. How was this possible? Speak, who ordered you to do this? Who else is involved in this matter? Lin Ling had his hands behind his back as he looked at the group of people indifferently. Throughout the whole process, Lin Ling was not worried at all about this group of people. I don't know. If you have the ability, kill us. Otherwise, don't even think about knowing anything. Those people who were suppressed by the space-time divine steel said stubbornly as they shook their heads. They were extremely sullen. They had thought that they would have some achievements, but in the end, they were defeated by Lin Ling in a single exchange. It was simply embarrassing. Even if you don't say it, I've already guessed it. However, Lin Ling shook his head indifferently as he looked into the distance. You've been watching for so long. Do you plan to continue watching? In the distant sky, a large number of people suddenly walked out. It was Xing Daiming and the others. It was obvious that Lin Ling had already noticed them. Lin Ling, the person who wants to attack you is Duan Tianzhan. Zhuang Yanming and the others immediately said when they walked out. They weren't worried about Lin Ling at all. They knew that ordinary people wouldn't be able to harm Lin Ling. I knew it was him. When Lin Ling heard their words, he wasn't surprised and nodded. Chapter 35:18. Strip them naked and hang them on the streets. By the way, this Duan Tianzhan has an older half-brother called Duan Wuzhan. He is the holy knight of the 4 talisman gods, and together with Duan Wuhan, they are collectively known as the 4 talisman twins. Suddenly, someone seemed to have thought of something and said solemnly, Duan Wuhan? Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. Last time in the Starry Sky Forest, Lin Ling had come into contact with Duan Wuhan. Duan Wuhan was the only Duan family youth who had survived the catastrophe in the Starry Sky Forest. Of course, this was also the reason why the Duan family's old ancestor had protected him. No wonder he's more arrogant than ordinary Duan clan disciples. So that's why. Lin Ling nodded in realization, but he didn't care too much about it. He estimated that his current strength was weaker than Duan Wuhen's, but not by much, so he didn't have to worry about anything. Strip them of their clothes and hang them nearby. I think the students passing by will be very interested to see them. Lin Ling continued, but his words made Zhuang Yanming and the others' eyes light up. Strip off my clothes? Moreover, they were hanging all around. Interesting. One must know that those who could enter the hidden fog island were all prideful people. Now that they were stripped and hung on the street, it would be worse than being killed if word got out. How dare you? Sure enough, the people suppressed by the space-time divine steel all started roaring furiously. They're asking me if I dare? Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed mockingly. These guys probably didn't know what kind of person he was. Lin Ling, Zhuang Yanming and the rest laughed mockingly. They had never seen anything that Lin Ling did not dare to do. Rumble. Lin Ling's brows twitched and the time and space divine steel pressed down again, severely injuring those people. After that, they were stripped of their clothes and hung on the streets. What kind of academy are you guys from? The hidden fog island is a place to cultivate one's mind. What are you guys trying to do by taking off your clothes here? Dirty. I didn't expect the students nowadays to be so dirty. Moreover, it's fine if you're naked, but you don't even have the slightest self-awareness. Look at that thing, it's even smaller than my little finger. It really raped my eyes. The hidden fog island was a place where some powerhouses retired and returned to their hometowns. Therefore, many of the older generation martial artists who lived in seclusion started pointing and gossiping when they saw those people running around naked. The naked people's faces were as red as their buttocks. They couldn't wait to put on their clothes and leave, but Lin Ling had injured them again. Their injuries made it impossible for them to untie the ropes, so they could only continue to be hung up. What made them want to vomit blood the most was that the people on the side of the road were not only pointing at them, but they also complained that they were not good looking. One of the old women even used a stick to lift up their pants, then sighed and said, "Ethia, you're so small. Can you still do it?" How can I face people in the future? Lin Ling, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable. Those people really vomited blood and some of them even fainted. Fortunately, they were saved by people who were passing by, but in exchange they were pointed and gossiped by the other students. Lin Ling and the others continued to move forward. Along the way they naturally encountered people who tried to provoke them. In the end they were all stripped naked and hung on the streets. In the blink of an eye, even Duan Tianzhan received the news. How dare you? When Duan Tianzhan heard the news he was furious. This was because everyone knew that he was the one who gave the order to teach Lin Ling a lesson. In the end, Lin Ling stripped all the people who came to teach him a lesson and hung them in every corner of the hidden fog island. In this way, everyone knew that Lin Ling was humiliating him and completely ignoring him. Duan Tianzhan. This Lin Ling is too arrogant. He hung all the people who provoked him on the streets. He has offended all 5 academies at the same time. Other than the Wind Snow Academy, which other academy has not been hung? However, this Lin Ling is really powerful. This is because there are a few top experts from the Shinair Hall who could not subdue him. The people who followed Duan Tianzhan started to whisper among themselves. They started to take Lin Ling seriously. This was because there were only 2 reasons why Lin Ling dared to be so unscrupulous. First, he was truly fearless and full of confidence. Second, Lin Ling was a lunatic who did not care about the consequences of his actions. If it was the second reason it would not be a big deal, but the first reason was the most frightening. Oh no, young Master Duan, Lin Ling is here. Just as Duan Tianzhan and the others were furious, someone shouted in panic. Then they saw 3 figures slowly walking over from the distant horizon. Around the 3 figures were a large number of people who seemed to be from the Wind Snow Academy. Most importantly, the person leading the 3 figures could not be more familiar. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? This time the people around Duan Tianzhan all frowned. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. They had not even taught Lin Ling a lesson, and Lin Ling had taken the initiative to come knocking on their door. Lin Ling, what is the meaning of this? From afar, Duan Tianzhan looked at Lin Ling and roared angrily. Lin Ling was not only not giving him face, he was simply not taking him seriously. Around them, the people from the various academies were also watching and gasping. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Duan Tianzhan, right? Your little tricks are really useless against me. Lin Ling also stared at Duan Tianzhan. Ever since he knew that Duan Tianzhan was going to teach him a lesson, Lin Ling did not intend to hide anything. Today my purpose is very simple. I'm going to teach you a lesson, then strip you naked and hang you on the streets. This will be the end of this matter. Then Lin Ling spoke again. Arrogant enough. This guy is even more arrogant than young Master Duan. Yes, young Master Duan and Lin Ling are not on good terms. Young Master Duan has not even made a move, and Lin Ling has already made the first move. Is he not afraid of offending some big shot? Perhaps Lin Ling is also deliberately mystifying things. The people around started to whisper and they looked at Lin Ling with a little more respect. As for Duan Tianzhan, he was undoubtedly infuriated. He wanted to strip Lin Ling naked and did it openly. Since young, this was the first time he had been oppressed by someone in such a domineering manner. Why can't bear to? Let me give you a piece of advice. If you wait until I make a move, you'll suffer a lot. Seeing Duan Tianzhan gnashing his teeth, Lin Ling spoke again. Bullshit. When have you ever seen someone take off their own clothes? Stop acting in front of me. I want to see who's going to take off whose clothes today. Duan Tianzhan roared angrily and activated his strength. 4th grade Ultimate Desolate Body, Level 3 Martial Ancestor Realm Cultivation. His strength was indeed not weak. No wonder he was so arrogant. Unfortunately, such strength was not enough to deal with Lin Ling currently. Lin Ling's opponents, other than the experts from the 3rd hall, were not opponents that he cared about. Chapter 35-19. Settle the score with Master Qingyun. Lin Ling had also fused his talent. His skin turned pitch black and at the same time, the illusionary god world appeared, controlling a part of the world. His speed was extremely fast, and in addition to the endless illusions, Duan Tianzhan could not see him clearly at all. I have to say that I overestimated you. I originally wanted to defeat you in 10 moves, but from the looks of it I don't even need 10 moves. Lin Ling's voice was ethereal. As for Duan Tianzhan, his eyes were wide open. His talent, Red Afterglow Ghost, could not see through Lin Ling's means at all. Bang! Almost at the same time, an earth-shattering force struck Duan Tianzhan's chest. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The void around Duan Tianzhan's body cracked. Following that, he swept his gaze and immediately discovered that his talent, Red Afterglow Ghost, had been destroyed by Lin Ling's punch. Wah! He spat out another mouthful of blood, and his entire body began to bend over like a cooked prawn. What? Duan Tianzhan has the power of the ancestors, and as much as 30%. But against Lin Ling, this power of the ancestors was not even used before Duan Tianzhan was defeated. How is this Lin Ling so strong? The faces of the people from the various academies turned pale. They were naturally aware of Duan Tianzhan's strength. With his status as a God's second hall, he had once defeated an expert from the God's third hall. However, such strength was nothing against Lin Ling. Subconsciously, many people looked at the Snow Wind Academy's experts and realized that they did not look surprised. This meant that the Snow Wind Academy's experts had long known of Lin Ling's strength. Why can't you strip yourself for no reason? Why must I do it? At this moment, Lin Ling was shaking his head. The space-time divine steel had appeared to suppress Duan Tianzhan. Following that, he waved his right hand and stripped Duan Tianzhan of his clothes, throwing him to the ground. To him, to defeat him, Lin Ling, one had to have at least a 5th-grade ultimate desolate body. Otherwise it was nothing. You guys seem to be very close to Duan Tianzhan. Do you want me to do it or do you want to do it yourselves? After knocking Duan Tianzhan unconscious, Lin Ling looked at the people from the academy and said, "Well, we're innocent. We didn't intend to attack you. Spare my life, spare my life. Don't go too far so that we can meet again in the future." Everyone who was close to Duan Tianzhan started to panic. Such an excuse is no different from what a 3-year-old child would say. However, Lin Ling shook his head. He had been practicing martial arts all his life. What had he not seen? So, those kinds of words were useless. He knew very well that if his strength was inferior to his opponent today, the one who would be humiliated would definitely be him. Strip it. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Otherwise, if you wait for me to make my move, I won't leave a single piece of cloth for you. Without further ado, Lin Ling's voice turned cold. Take it off, I'll take it off right away. You don't have to do it. I can do it myself. Those experts from the academy suddenly gritted their teeth and began to strip off their clothes one by one, leaving only their underpants on. Tut, I didn't expect Gao Yuming, who is known as the god of war Yuming, to wear a doo-doo. Haha, the great master wears a doo-doo? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? That guy named Li Dao doesn't wear underpants. This is a bad habit. But there's so much hair between his legs. What's the use of that? Look at that thing. It's so small. If you don't look carefully, you won't even see it. Seeing those experts stripping themselves naked, the gloating voices in the surroundings grew even louder. As for those who had stripped themselves naked, each of them revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. However, although they had stripped themselves, at least they didn't have to be hung up. After Lin Ling left, they could immediately put their clothes back on. As for those who were stripped naked by Lin Ling, they were unlucky. They had already fainted, so they could only continue to be hung up and admired by others. This guy's way of doing things is really ruthless. Next, many people stared at Lin Ling with fear. They had never expected Lin Ling to do such a crazy thing. It was as if Lin Ling didn't care even if the sky was pierced through. Is this the husband of Yu and the other girls? He's really domineering. I originally wanted to rob Yu and the other girls. Now it seems that I'd better not think about it. Many people also began to whisper to each other. The main reason was that when Lin Ling appeared at the beginning, no one knew him. But he had 2 beautiful girls with him, which must have caused many people to be dissatisfied. However, after this incident, those voices of dissatisfaction had become much quieter. However, Lin Ling obviously didn't intend to give up, because he knew that if these experts dared to target him, Lin Ling, there must be someone behind them. Duan Tianzhan was obviously not enough. The other person must be someone with an extraordinary status. There weren't many people with charisma and reputation who had a grudge against Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling quickly guessed who the other big shot was. It must be the so-called Master Qingyun. Master Qingyun was highly respected. However, because Lin Ling didn't take him seriously, he must have supported the other experts to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Lin Ling didn't have much to do on the hidden fog island. Since he had encountered such a situation, he might as well play with him. With Yu Yu and the other girls, Lin Ling walked toward Master Qin Yun. What? This guy is walking toward Master Qin Yun. Oh my god, don't tell me he's going to strip Master Qin Yun too. I think that's very possible. Looking at Lin Ling, who left in a carefree manner, everyone was shocked. Thinking of the conflict between Lin Ling and Master Qin Yun, they felt that anything was possible. Not long ago, Lin Ling had visited Master Qin Yun with the others. However, because there were many people at that time, Master Qin Yun ignored Lin Ling and neglected Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling immediately retaliated against Master Qin Yun. Now that Duan Tianzhan was targeting Lin Ling, Master Qin Yun was probably one of his supporters. If Lin Ling knew about it, how could he let Master Qin Yun go? He must be crazy. Although Master Qin Yun has retired and returned to his hometown, he was still an expert in the past. That's right. Moreover, Master Qin Yun is still a senior. Lin Ling is going to settle the score with him. That's not giving him any face. Many people started to discuss among themselves. They were completely convinced by Lin Ling's way of doing things. At that moment, Lin Ling was still walking with Yu Yu and the others. When Yu Yu and the others found out about Lin Ling's actions, they were also shocked. Big Brother Ling, Master Qin Yun is an existence of Mount Tai and Northern Dipper after all. Aren't we being too reckless like this? Yu Yu, the so-called master, is just a label that others gave him. To be honest, I don't think he's a master. Instead, I think he's a deserter. Chapter 35-20. A breath of immortal qi turned into divine qi. Who are you guys? As Lin Ling and the other two headed to Master Qin Yun's residence, Master Qin Yun's disciples were not happy about it. Hee, I'm here to ask if Master Qin Yun has sent someone to teach me a lesson. Lin Ling went straight to the point and spoke slowly. The disciples were shocked. Lin Ling was being too straightforward. They immediately said, "We don't know what you're talking about. Furthermore, do you know who Master Qin Yun is? Is it necessary for him to teach you a lesson? You think too highly of yourself. Yes or no, I hope Master Qin Yun can come out and say it himself. If it's a misunderstanding, Master Qin Yun can come out and explain himself." Lin Ling spoke calmly. Master Qin Yun's disciples were immediately put in a difficult position. Normally, Master Qin Yun would say that it had nothing to do with him. However, if he said so, wouldn't it mean that he was afraid of Lin Ling? What a joke. A master who was specially instructed by the college to pay a visit to a senior, would he be afraid of a junior? Master Qin Yun, why don't you come out and speak? Lin Ling spoke again when he saw the disciples in a difficult position. Meanwhile, the disciples of the various colleges were observing from afar, waiting for the outcome. However, many of them did not expect Lin Ling to have the guts to come out and ask. How audacious. So what if I am? At that instant, an aged voice could be heard. A kind-looking old man wearing a loose robe walked out from the crowd. The moment he appeared, an elegant aura filled the air, causing the crowd to feel a sense of reverence toward him. Master Qin Yun's cultivation had reached the late-stage martial progenitor realm. However, his talent was only average. That being said, people admired him because of his knowledge, not his talent and strength. Master Qin Yun. Many people exclaimed when they saw the old man. Master Qin Yun was highly valued by the academy. Every time a student entered the hidden fog island, they would definitely pay Master Qin Yun a visit. This also showed how unique Master Qin Yun was. I see that you're lawless and unruly. Coincidentally, a student said that he wanted to teach you a lesson, so I agreed. I'm doing this for your own good. At least you'll suffer here. It's better than losing your life outside. Grandmaster Qin Yun looked at Lin Ling and directly admitted it. Because if he didn't admit it, it would mean that he was afraid of Lin Ling. With his seniority, how could he be afraid of Lin Ling? Seeing this, Lin Ling also smiled and nodded. He said lightly, I didn't expect Master Qin Yun to be so straightforward. You are indeed daring to take responsibility for your actions. Since it's like this, I will also get straight to the point. Previously, those who wanted to teach me a lesson, I stripped them naked and hung them on the road. Lin Ling laughed. Master Qin Yun's eyes narrowed when he heard that. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He stripped them naked and hung them on the road because he didn't like them. He was too arrogant. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling spoke again. Of course, there's one more person who was stripped naked and hung on the road. That's you, Master Qin Yun? What? Master Qin Yun's eyes narrowed. Previously, he wanted to reprimand Lin Ling for being too arrogant and not taking anyone seriously. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling told him that he was going to strip him naked and hang him on the street. That meant that he didn't have to persuade him because he was also involved. Master Qing Yun couldn't help but point at Lin Ling. He was so angry that he was speechless. The surrounding onlookers gasped. Although they had already guessed it, they still couldn't believe it when they saw Lin Ling threatening Master Qing Yun with their own eyes. Most importantly, with Master Qing Yun's seniority, he was going to be stripped naked and hung on the street. Lin Ling didn't know how to respect his teacher. Now, is Master Qing Yun going to do it himself, or am I Lin Ling? Ignoring Master Qing Yun's anger, Lin Ling spoke again. You ignorant child, you're dreaming. Master Qing Yun was enraged. His body began to emit an endless amount of treasure light. It seemed to be floating rapidly, causing the lower half of his body to disappear within the light. A strand of ancient immortal energy also quietly permeated the air. On Master Qing Yun's body, the light of the sun floated up, sacred and ancient. Master Qing Yun. Seeing this, many people shouted in excitement. Master Qing Yun was going to make his move. He was going to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Master Qing Yun was a person of virtue and prestige. If he were to teach Lin Ling a lesson, Lin Ling would definitely be dead. The sacred light of the sun slowly shone out. That strand of immortal energy actually wrapped around the sun, causing the treasure light to shoot up to the sky. It was sacred and inviolable. According to legends, this was a breath of Qing Yun's godly energy. It was a breath of God. Master Qing Yun's talent was very ordinary. All these years he had been cultivating this breath. When he cultivated it to a certain level, he could borrow it to become God. In reality, that breath of Qi was indeed powerful. It actually showed signs of transforming into God's energy. A breath of immortal energy is gradually transforming into God's energy. Lin Ling's eyes couldn't help but flicker. However, he already knew that Master Qing Yun wasn't weak, so he wasn't too surprised. Instead, his hand reached out from the void and actually grabbed that breath of immortal energy. Then, with a bang, he actually grabbed that breath of immortal energy. However, upon closer inspection, that wasn't a breath of immortal energy, but a scripture. Unknowingly, that breath of immortal energy had already transformed into a scripture. And with this grab, Master Qing Yun's expression changed greatly. This was because he never thought that Lin Ling would actually be able to grab his 10 days, 1 leaf scripture. One had to know that this scripture was simply impossible to touch without great perseverance. In your dreams. Master Qing Yun spat out a breath of air at that page of scripture. That scripture immediately seemed to take root in the world and became motionless. And from afar the scene was extremely shocking. Many people saw that Lin Ling's hand reached out. In the sky, a page of scripture was held in his hand. However, when Lin Ling wanted to pull the scripture, that scripture was impregnable and didn't move at all. Of course, even so, many people were surprised by Lin Ling's methods. After all, being able to grab that page of scripture explained everything. However, being able to grab it didn't mean that it could be moved. And Lin Ling also noticed that that page of scripture seemed to be connected to the 9 continents. It was firm and unyielding. It wouldn't shake even if the heavens and earth were to shatter. I don't believe it. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His palm turned black as if a black light was flowing. His 5 fingers instantly turned into the shape of a dragon's claw. Gotcha. The moment he suddenly grabbed the scripture, Master Qing Yun's expression changed greatly. Lin Ling actually had such a method. 10 days, 1 leaf, motionless scripture. Master Qing Yun immediately roared. What's the use? Chapter 35-21. Fight. Lin Ling's pitch-black palms shot out like the arms of a fiend god, exuding a domineering aura. His strength continued to climb, causing Grandmaster Qing Yun's countenance to turn increasingly heavy. To Master Qing Yun, that page of scripture was obviously of great importance. It was even more precious than his talent. This was because this scripture page was a divine scripture. Although it was damaged, after Master Qing Yun obtained it by chance, he used his blood essence and talent to refine it every day. Right now, it had already become the strongest method to surpass talent. However, Lin Ling seemed to want to snatch such a treasure. Most importantly, Master Qing Yun's current refinement was at fault. Otherwise, Lin Ling wouldn't have the chance to snatch it. Ka. Also, Grandmaster Qing Yun discovered that the strength Lin Ling exerted when he held the scripture continued to increase. Gradually, it reached the level of 4,000 worlds. In addition, there was a vast amount of world essence roaring. This caused Grandmaster Qingyun to feel that he couldn't resist. Lin Ling, do you know what you're doing? You're too bold. Thinking of this, Master Qingyun roared with unwillingness. Do you know why I don't treat you as a master? Because in my heart, you are nothing more than this. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at him. The dragon aura and ferocious aura on his body became denser and denser. The three great talents began to fuse together, and his strength rose steadily again. Master Qingyun immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression changed greatly. Impossible, you actually have the power of 5,000 worlds. His heart was pounding. He couldn't believe that a mere junior like Lin Ling could be so powerful. The power of 5,000 worlds? Lin Ling's entire being was like a demon or a god. His long hair danced crazily in the wind, and his strength increased once again. His arms seemed to transcend the sun, moon, and stars, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It was like the river of time as it grabbed onto the scripture and took root. At the same time, his power was raised to the limit, reaching the power of 6,000 worlds. He suddenly pulled the scripture. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A strong wind blew in the hidden Fog Island sky. It was as though heaven and earth had turned upside down. What's going on? It can't be that Lin Ling can actually fight against Master Qingyun. The onlookers in the distance were all shocked. To them, Lin Ling was a rising star while Master Qingyun was a titan. The two of them were simply not people of the same world. But now, this rising star was actually fighting against Master Qingyun. No, not fighting but suppressing. Just what kind of limit had Lin Ling's strength reached? At the same time, Master Qingyun spat out a mouthful of blood. He realized that the scriptures that he had painstakingly cultivated for so many years were losing their connection. Originally, I wanted to strip you naked and hang you on the streets to vent my anger. However, seeing that you have contributed this page of the sutra, I will forgive you. However, this page of the sutra belongs to me. Lin Ling sat cross-legged in the sky like a god as he muttered to himself. After he spoke, he forcefully pulled the ancient scripture out of Master Qingyun's control. Master Qingyun spat out another mouthful of blood. His expression instantly became dispirited. The page of the sutra appeared in Lin Ling's hand. After he examined it carefully, he could not help but smile. This page of the sutra belongs to you. Yes. After he checked, he realized that this sutra was very suitable for Xian Yuange, therefore he gave it to her. With this sutra, Xian Yuange's strength would undoubtedly increase by 50%. Lin Ling really snatched Master Qingyun's page of the sutra. What a sin! What a sin! Aren't we here to visit Master Qingyun? Why is Master Qingyun being humiliated like a dog? Wind Snow Academy's Lin Ling has committed a grave mistake. When the surrounding people saw Lin Ling's tyrannical actions, they were all scared out of their wits. Visiting the predecessors of the Hidden Fog Island had been the rule of the 36 academies for many years. But now the rule had been broken. The son of the devil Lin Ling had actually robbed Master Qingyun. Master Qingyun, do you admit defeat? At that moment, Lin Ling stood up in the sky and looked down at Master Qingyun. Master Qingyun's heart was still pounding. He had not expected Lin Ling to be so powerful. When he heard Lin Ling's question, he felt as if a knife had pierced his heart. He felt humiliated. However, he could not do anything to Lin Ling. Do you admit defeat? Seeing that Master Qingyun was silent, Lin Ling asked again. Bastard. Master Qingyun cursed in his heart. He had snatched his sutra and now he was asking him if he admitted defeat. Admit defeat, my A**s. Since you admit defeat, don't blame me. Lin Ling did not seem to know that Master Qingyun was angry. Seeing that Master Qingyun was silent, he spoke again. I admit defeat. Master Qingyun knew that Lin Ling would not be merciful to him. Therefore he roared and admitted defeat. That's more like it. Let me tell you, it's better to keep a low profile. Don't go around causing trouble when you're weak. I'll let today's matter go. If there's a next time, I'll strip you naked. Lin Ling nodded his head and waved at Xian Yuange. Let's go. Let's leave this place. After saying that, he led Xian Yuange and Yu away. Master Qingyun was stunned in the sky. His face was green and red. He was so angry that he almost lost his mind. This was because not only did Lin Ling snatch his treasure, he even asked him if he admitted defeat. After Master Qingyun admitted defeat, Lin Ling even used the tone of a senior to lecture him. This was humiliating him to the extreme. Son of the devil Lin Ling. Master Qingyun stared at Lin Ling as he left. In the end, he spat out another mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. This guy is so cruel. The people around were dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with awe as they stared at Lin Ling. In the following days, Lin Ling did not wander around. He found a quiet place and started cultivating with Yu and the rest. As for the one-page sutra that Master Qingyun gave him, Lin Ling read it for Shen Yuange. He realized that it was a language of the gods. It had great powers and was comparable to the fifth-grade ultimate desolate body. Moreover, the limit of the one-page sutra was not as simple as a fifth-grade ultimate desolate body. Lin Ling did not expect that he would obtain such a treasure while walking around the hidden fog island. This one-page sutra is similar to my spacetime divine steel. It can unleash its power in an instant to suppress the enemy. Moreover, the power of this one-page sutra is slightly stronger than my spacetime divine steel. After familiarizing himself with the one-page sutra, Lin Ling guided Shen Yuange to familiarize herself with the one-page sutra. Shen Yuange naturally treasured the one-page sutra. With Lin Ling's help, she familiarized herself with the one-page sutra and mastered it. In this way she was the same as Yu, possessing powerful means. However, Yu's was a talent, while hers was a one-page scripture. It wasn't a talent but more like a divine tool. Chapter 35-22. The Four Talisman God Paladin, Duan Wuzhan. On this day, everyone began to leave the hidden fog island, including Lin Ling and the others. However, as soon as they left the hidden fog island, everyone outside the hidden fog island looked at Lin Ling, who was walking out. Their eyes were filled with rage. Teacher, is this a student from the Snow Wind Academy? He violated the rules and humiliated the older generation. He is too lawless. Don't you think that the Snow Wind Academy should give us an explanation? The messengers from the other 5 academies joined forces to teach Lin Ling a lesson. If you are unhappy about this, you can look for our dean. It is useless for you to talk about Lin Ling's crimes in front of us. Moreover, we have no right to convict him. However, the teachers from the Snow Wind Academy were obviously on Lin Ling's side. They acted as if it had nothing to do with them. This time the teachers from the 5 academies were furious. The same went for the students. They thought that by pressuring the academy would definitely punish Lin Ling. However, it seemed that it was useless. Lin Ling, let me tell you, you can't leave here today. The teachers could not do anything to Lin Ling, but many of the students were indignant. Among them, Duan Tianzhan was the leader. Duan Tianzhan was the disciple of the Duan family. Ordinary people had to respect him. However, he had been humiliated and stripped naked by Lin Ling on the hidden fog island. How could he take this lying down? However, in the face of Duan Tianzhan's anger, Lin Ling was still indifferent. Duan Tianzhan, I stripped you naked, but you don't seem to be happy about it. You should know that not everyone has the opportunity to be stripped naked by me. Moreover, I feel that you seem to enjoy being stripped naked. Perhaps some people have a habit of being naked. Although Lin Ling was indifferent, he saw that Duan Tianzhan was being overbearing. Hence, Lin Ling still said it nonchalantly. This sentence undoubtedly made Duan Tianzhan tremble in anger. He did not have a habit of being naked. Alright, stop pretending. Let me tell you, if I, Lin Ling, am not as good as you on the hidden fog island, what would happen to me? At this time Lin Ling spoke again. If you are not as powerful as me, I will make you kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. I will use all the humiliation in my life on you. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, Duan Tianzhan immediately roared in anger. That's right. So, stop pretending to be innocent. Since you want to humiliate me, why should I give you face on the hidden fog island? To put it bluntly, it's not strength that decides everything. I can only say that you, Duan Tianzhan, are a piece of trash. Your skills were inferior, so you were humiliated. You'd better swallow this humiliation obediently. Duan Tianzhan gritted his teeth. Although he knew that, how could he not do anything when Lin Ling stripped him naked and hung him on the street? What a sharp tongue. If that's the case, if I humiliate you and you are not as powerful as me, you will have to accept the humiliation. However, at this moment, an angry roar was heard. Then the crowd parted. A handsome man riding a dazzling warhorse slowly walked out. This person's strength was obviously extraordinary. The moment he appeared, even the teachers from the various academies could feel the intense pressure. 4 Talisman Gods Holy Knight. Many teachers said solemnly. Although they were teachers of the academies, most of them were God's messengers. The God's Holy Knight was an expert who was above them. They were also known as God's Knights. Could that be Duan Tianzhan's half-brother, Duan Wuzhan? The students from the various academies started to guess. Their eyes were filled with respect. Brother? After seeing the young man, Duan Qianzhan could not help but laugh. The young man nodded. His eyes were still fixed on Lin Ling. Of course he had heard of Lin Ling. He was an arrogant junior in Jiuzhou. He had countless enemies and had even killed Duan Yi from the Duan family. He could not understand how such an ant could survive until now. You are Duan Wuzhan. At this moment Lin Ling was also looking at Duan Wuzhan. His heart couldn't help but become serious. Duan Wuzhan's strength was indeed extraordinary. He was at the intermediate martial ancestor realm, but his talent had already surpassed the rank 5 realm. It could be said that Lin Ling was no match for such a strong opponent. That's right. After seeing me you must be very surprised. Duan Wuzhan said lightly when he saw Lin Ling looking at him. His expression was filled with pride. Seeing this Lin Ling was stunned. Then he could not help but laugh. You are really arrogant. Although you are a little strong compared to Duan Wuhan from the Duan family, you are still a little weaker. You must be Duan Wuhan's little brother. You are courting death. Duan Wuzhan obviously did not expect Lin Ling to dare say that to him. He thought that Lin Ling would only admire and respect him. After all, he was a 4-talisman holy knight. How could a mere Lin Ling look up to him? Am I wrong? However, among the Duan family's holy knights, I have heard of Duan Wuhan. As for you, I am sorry. I have not heard of you. Even Ningbo Tao from the New Heavenly Court seems to be more famous than you. Seeing that Duan Wuzhan was obviously angry, Lin Ling said lightly again. I have long heard that the son of the devil has a glib tongue. Today I have seen that your reputation is not undeserved. However, what is the use of saying so much? Today, in front of absolute strength, if I want you to die, you will die. Suddenly Duan Wuzhan laughed loudly. There was a tinge of arrogance in his words. A 3-meter-long purple dragon broadsword appeared in his hand. He pointed it at the teachers of the various academies. Do you think that they can protect you? Believe it or not, I can kill you in front of them and they will not dare to have any objections. Domineering. This was the domineering aura of a holy knight. With powerful strength, he dared to look down on the academies. The teachers of the various academies were all silent. Only the teachers of the Wind Snow Academy had ugly expressions. These people from the Duan family were too arrogant. They actually dared to touch Lin Ling in front of the Wind Snow Academy. Do you believe it or not? Seeing that no one dared to speak, Duan Wuzhan said again. Do you believe it or not, son of the devil Lin Ling? When Duan Qianzhan saw that his big brother was in high spirits, he also clamored. He stared at Lin Ling, his eyes full of the light of, you are dead. He obviously knew that he was no match for Lin Ling, so he had informed his big brother earlier. Now he just wanted to see how Lin Ling would die. Sir, no matter what conflicts there are between the students, it is a matter between the various academies. As an outsider, you are interfering in these matters. This is somewhat against the rules. Moreover, this will also implicate the academy that Duan Qianzhan is in. Others will mock them for being incompetent and having to rely on outsiders for help. Chapter 35-23. Using his head to block the blade. None of your business. I like it. What can you do to me? But who knew that Duan Wuzhan's blade would shoot out a purple flame that turned into a wall of flames in front of the teacher? The teacher's face turned pale and he didn't dare to say anything. None of your business. I can't beat him, so I called my brother. If you don't agree, you can call your brother. If not, then shut up. Duan Tianzhan wasn't ashamed. Instead, he was proud and arrogant. The teachers of Snow Wind Academy didn't dare to say anything. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling, especially those who had a grudge against Lin Ling. They were the happiest and couldn't wait to see Lin Ling make a fool of himself. Good. In the hidden fog island, Master Qing Yun couldn't help but laugh. You asked me before that if you killed me in front of them, they wouldn't dare to have any objections. Now I'll tell you that you're dreaming. But at this moment Lin Ling finally spoke. As soon as he spoke, the surroundings fell silent. Not only the students but all the teachers were stunned. Lin Ling meant that Duan Wuzhan couldn't touch Lin Ling? What a joke. Duan Wuzhan was a 4-talisman god paladin and was stronger than the teachers. How could Lin Ling fight against him? Even if he cut Lin Ling into 17 or 18 pieces, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to resist at all. You said I can't touch you? Duan Wuzhan was stunned, then he laughed loudly. Clang. He raised his saber and pointed it at Lin Ling from afar. I can kill you with a single slash and you say I can't touch you? I'm sure you can't touch me. However, Lin Ling smiled and shrugged. Looking at him, he was completely fearless. At this moment, even the teachers of Snow City frowned. Based on the current situation, if Duan Wuxian really wanted to kill Lin Ling, he wouldn't hesitate at all. No one could stop him. So, what kind of trick was Lin Ling playing? Deliberately mystifying things. Brother, kill him. Duan Tianzhan frowned and immediately shouted angrily. He didn't believe that a mere Lin Ling could stop his brother. Duan Wuxian nodded, his eyes cold. Of him? Duan Wuxian roared. His whole body was covered with purple light, and a terrifying aura burst out. Not only was this person talented, but his ancestral power was also extremely powerful. He was worthy of being one of the twin prides who shared the same reputation as Duan Wuhen. He held the purple broadsword as if he was holding a dragon. With a speed beyond everyone's imagination, he pounced on Lin Ling. Dead. At this moment, many people began to shake their heads. That frightening broadsword slashed down from the sky and smoothly landed on Lin Ling's head. This time, everyone's hearts trembled. Lin Ling, was he dead? In fact, some of them had heard of Lin Ling's name and knew that Lin Ling was a thorn in the side of many big forces. However, there was a mysterious force around Lin Ling that seemed to be quietly protecting him. Otherwise, based on the people Lin Ling had offended, he would have been dead long ago. But now, this mysterious force didn't seem to appear. Clang. The purple broadsword landed on Lin Ling's head with a deafening sound. However, many people saw that Lin Ling's head was extremely hard and had blocked the purple broadsword. No, that's not right. That's not Lin Ling's head. But soon, someone realized that something was wrong. That was because a burly man had appeared in front of Lin Ling and was using his head to block the sharp saber. He must be crazy. Someone was using his head to block the saber. That was not an ordinary saber, but a full-strength saber of a middle-stage martial progenitor. Who would use their head to block the saber unless they were crazy? What a powerful saber. It seems like he's really trying to kill him. However, he's right. He won't die. No one can kill him. While the crowd was still in shock, the man who had blocked the saber for Lin Ling finally turned around slowly. That man was tall and burly. A terrifying aura rolled around his body like a tide in clouds. He touched his severed head and a bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Plop. His appearance undoubtedly caused the hearts of the surrounding people to tremble incessantly. Duan Wuxian's pupils trembled violently. What was going on? Someone had really saved Lin Ling. Lin Ling really couldn't be killed. Moreover, that man was crazy. He had actually used his head to block the saber for Lin Ling. You asked Lin Ling before if anyone could touch him. Now let me tell you. No, not a single person. That man's gaze turned and landed on Duan Wuxian. His hoarse voice made Duan Wuxian tremble subconsciously. That was because Duan Wuxian sensed a terrifying power from that man. It was a power that could easily kill him. Lin Ling had such an expert by his side? Slap. Duan Wuxian quietly took a step back, his face unusually pale. Even Duan Tianzhan took a step back. Unless they were idiots, they definitely knew that they were in trouble. Senior. As Duan Wuxian retreated, he spoke anxiously. However, before he could finish his sentence, a figure appeared in front of him. At the same time, a hand reached out and grabbed Duan Wuxian's neck in an instant. Beside Duan Wuxian, Duan Tianzhan's legs went weak, and he almost wet himself. However, at that moment, another hand grabbed Duan Tianzhan's neck. Believe it or not, I only need to move my hand, and the two of you will be turned into ashes. That man had a hideous smile on his face as he held one person in each hand. As for Duan Wuxian and his brother, they couldn't say a word. They could only continue to tremble. Not long ago they had held Lin Ling's life in their hands. Duan Tianzhan even thought that not only could he wash away his shame, but he could also kill Lin Ling here. However, in the next moment Lin Ling didn't die. Instead, they were threatened by an expert. City Lord Song, do me a favor and let them go. However, at that moment, an ancient voice suddenly sounded in the sky. So it's the Duan clan leader. However, why should I do you a favor? The mysterious man suddenly raised his head and smiled faintly as he looked into the distance. He seemed to have guessed who the owner of the voice was. The disciples of the Duan clan are ignorant. You are a magnanimous person. Please let them go this time. As for the inconvenience this time, the Duan clan will bear all the consequences. How about that? The ethereal voice sounded in the sky again. Hearing that, the mysterious man didn't say anything else. Instead he looked at Lin Ling in the distance. As for Lin Ling, he was deep in thought, causing the outside of the hidden fog island to suddenly fall into a dead silence. Chapter 35-24. The Dragon Ball was in their hands. Although they did not know what had happened, they guessed from the mysterious man's conversation that the master of the Duan clan was here. Most importantly, the master of the Duan clan was here, but he did not flare up. Instead, he gave the mysterious man face. For a moment, everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Ling to have such a big face. Even Master Qing Yun and the others in the hidden fog island were terrified. They realized that they had been implicated in a big conspiracy. The conspiracy was so big that it was not something they could meddle in. Pay 50 billion royal crystals and we'll drop the matter. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Did you hear that? 50 billion royal crystals. The mysterious man smiled and said to the sky. Okay, 50 billion royal crystals. It won't be long before someone delivers it to Snow City. Now let them go. The voice in the sky agreed immediately. I hope the master of the Duan clan won't go back on his words. The mysterious man opened his arms and let Duan Wuzhan and the others go. Duan Wuzhan and the others immediately started coughing violently. After a while, they raised their heads to look at the sky, their eyes filled with disbelief. They naturally knew who had come, but they hadn't expected that such a great figure would still compromise with Lin Ling. This was too shocking. Go back. The man in the sky said coldly. Duan Wuzhan and the others did not dare to say anything and quickly left. However, they were more and more shocked. They did not expect to go for wool and come home shorn. Lin Ling, he was not simple just like the rumors said. Of course, not only Duan Wuzhan and his brother, but also the experts from the Duan clan were surprised. They did not expect that Sangchiri would go to such lengths for Lin Ling. Although he had heard about it after seeing it with his own eyes, he was sure that Lin Ling was not simple in the final world. He's gone just like that. Am I dreaming? Not only did Duan Wuzhan not teach Lin Ling a lesson, but he was also extorted a large sum of money. This script is completely different from what I imagined. The students of the various academies still couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Only Lin Ling knew that all of this was possible. This was because he had predicted that there would be trouble if he left the hidden fog island. Therefore he had already informed Governor Tsang and the others. The truth was just as he had guessed. Go back. Lin Ling thanked Sangchiri and then took Yu and the others back to Snow-Blowing City. After a long time, Lin Ling and the others had just returned to Snow-Blowing City. At the gate of Snow-Blowing City, several figures had already been waiting there. Among them, a little girl blinked her big eyes and looked very expectant. When she saw Yu and the others, she immediately ran out excitedly. Sister Yu, Sister Xiaoyu has been waiting for you for a long time. The little girl who rushed out was Xiaoyu. She knew that Lin Ling had gone to pick up Yu and the others, so she had been waiting here for a few days. Xiaoyu. Yes. Seeing the cute little girl, Yu and the others were very happy. They immediately rushed over and carried Xiaoyu. Yu is here. Yes. Do Kening and Kenjian also smiled. Lin Ling, since you came to the final world, you have been staying here. Yu and the others carried Xiaoyu and greeted Do Kening and the others. Then they followed Lin Ling into Snow-Blowing City. Yu and the others were undoubtedly very curious about Snow-Blowing City. Lin Ling smiled and then roughly told them what had happened in the final world. Then Lin Ling brought Yu and the others to the courtyard where they were staying. As soon as they entered, Yu and the others immediately felt that the courtyard was extraordinary. The two girls couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Ling explained to them that Yu and the others should stay in the courtyard for a period of time. It was absolutely helpful for the improvement of their talent. Yu and the others naturally agreed to this because they also wanted to stay by Lin Ling's side. A few days later, the Duan family also sent people to deliver royal crystals, not one less. This sum of royal crystals was enough for Lin Ling to reach the 9th level of the Sage Realm. However, he didn't use it for cultivation for the time being. Instead, he continued to wait for another day. A day later, the old woman finally returned. This time, the old woman returned with a dragon pearl. The dragon pearl was one of the rarest treasures in 9 regions. It was not produced by the dragon clan, and even if it was the dragon clan, ordinary dragon god level dragons would not be able to produce the dragon pearl. Only the king of dragon god level dragons could produce it. For example, in the Rainbow World, the ghost dragon god that Lin Ling met was at the king of dragon gods and had the strength of a martial god. Only such a giant could produce a dragon pearl. And the dragon pearl could greatly improve the dragon god's bloodline, especially the pure dragon pearl. The effect of the dragon pearl was even more obvious. As expected of Lei Gong, he even has a dragon pearl. After receiving the dragon pearl from the old woman, Lin Ling was undoubtedly extremely excited. Because this dragon pearl could greatly improve his dragon god's bloodline. This is Lei Gong's reward for you. Lei Gong once said that as long as you complete the mission, you can obtain any treasure. When the old woman saw that Lin Ling was very excited, she couldn't help but feel happy for Lin Ling. Moreover, Lei Gong's second divine trial mission has also appeared. It is to make you become the first in Snow Wind Academy's Divine 3 Hall. Following that, the old woman told him the mission that Lei Gong had given her. Divine 3 Halls first. Lin Ling immediately narrowed his eyes. He also knows a little about how powerful Snow Wind Academy's Divine 3 Hall is. If given another 8 or 10 years, Lin Ling is confident that he can become the first in Divine 3 Hall. But at present he still lacks confidence. However, he now has the Dragon Pearl, which can greatly improve the Dragon God's talent, so it is not impossible for him to become the first in Divine 3 Hall. After chatting with the old woman for a long time, Lin Ling also entered into a state of cultivation. At present I have 5 Dantian, but there are only 3 kinds of truly powerful talents. For example, the help that the space-time divine steel brings is getting smaller and smaller, so if there is a chance, it would be good to find a more powerful talent. Dragon Pearl, I wonder what level my Dragon God's talent can reach with this Dragon Pearl. A bright ball appeared in Lin Ling's hand. From time to time, this ball exudes a rich dragon aura, and if one looked carefully, one can see that inside the transparent crystal ball, there is a dragon shape rolling and roaring inside the ball. It's really amazing. I wonder if there are many of these dragon pearls in the Dragon Clan. If I have the opportunity to go to the Dragon Clan, that would be great. Staring at the ball, Lin Ling could not help but lick his lips. He wanted to refine the Dragon Pearl, but at this time, Sangchiri's voice suddenly came with a hint of anxiety. Lin Ling, the current Miao Emperor, invites you to see him. Chapter 35-25. Miao Divine Palace. After hearing this news, Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked because he didn't seem to have any connection with this Miao Emperor. City Lord Song, in your opinion, should I go visit this Miao Emperor? Lin Ling wasn't too familiar with Miao Emperor, so he asked for Sangchiri's opinion. I'm guessing that Miao Di wants to see you because he wants to confirm something. That is, whether you are a challenger or not. So, to avoid unnecessary trouble, I think it's better to go see him. Maybe you can get some treasures. Sangchiri pondered for a moment and finally agreed with Lin Ling's decision. The old woman was also the same. Since these two seniors agreed, Lin Ling had no reason to refuse. Thus, the matter of refining the Dragon Pearl could only be delayed for now. The next day, under the lead of the old woman, Lin Ling also walked in the direction of Miaozhou Imperial Palace. This trip invited all of Lin Ling's people, so Xiaoyu, Yuyu, and the others also went. Sangchiri took out the Fire Phoenix Palace and carried Lin Ling's group forward. Along the way, he explained the power of Miao Emperor in the final world. In the final world, the number 1 clan was undoubtedly the Duan clan. The number 1 sect was the true inheritance of Miao Emperor, the only sect recognized by the final world. However, this sect was not a gathering place for martial artists, but for boundary masters. As for the number 1 dynasty, it was the Miao dynasty. This Miao Emperor's strength was just as Lin Ling had guessed. He was the number 1 god emperor in the 9 provinces. His strength shook the 9 provinces. He was also one of the 10 martial gods in the 9 provinces, known as martial god Qingning. What? This Miao Emperor is also one of the 10 martial gods in the 9 provinces. This news shocked Lin Ling. He was keenly aware that the martial god realm was a huge barrier. Many people would spend their entire lives stuck at the martial god realm, such as the 9th god Ai and the ghost dragon god he had encountered in the Rainbow World. The martial gods were also divided into strong and weak. The strongest and most famous 10 were none other than the 10 great martial gods of the 9 provinces. And now, Miao Di was also one of the top 10 martial gods. It seems like the Miao Prefecture God Emperor is from a completely different world from the other 9 prefectures. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. Just the Flame Emperor of the Yen State alone could be dealt with by Lin Ling. However, against the Miao Emperor of the Miao State, even 100 Linlings wouldn't be a match for him. The gap between them was clear to see. The waters of the final world are very deep. Many people have powerful backgrounds, so in the final world, powerful martial artists don't dare to easily kill weak martial artists. This is because if you attack a weak martial artist today, an even more powerful martial artist will come to kill you tomorrow. So in the Miao Prefecture, strength is sometimes not the most important thing. Instead, one's background and relationships are sometimes the most important. Song Qiri explained. What he meant was that this Miao Di probably had a powerful background. Lin Ling had heard Song Qiri's words many times. Sometimes, relationships were more important than strength. The waters of the final world are indeed very deep. Even the new Heavenly Court and the Flying Dragon Organization know that I am in the final world, but they still don't dare to touch me. This shows that they are afraid of me. Lin Ling secretly said. The Fire Phoenix Palace followed the sky and quickly flew towards the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty. In fact, the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty was one of the 36 main cities. However, it was the largest and most magnificent of all the main cities. Moreover, it also had an academy called the Miao Divine Academy, which was ranked at the top of the 36 academies. After a long time, when Lin Ling's group arrived at the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty, they were all attracted by the magnificence of the Divine Dynasty. Here the tall buildings reached the sky. The style of the buildings was like that of a divine tower. The top of each tower was shining with a treasure light. The light was connected from end to end and covered the entire Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty. This treasure light seemed to be a powerful defensive light shield, which could protect the entire Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty from attack. When Lin Ling's group landed, they immediately saw a large number of guards in silver armor walking back and forth. These guards were not weak. When they wore silver armor, they looked like the holy knights of God. Who are you? When Lin Ling's group was about to enter the city, a guard shouted in a dignified manner. Song Qiri, the governor of Snow City, was invited by Miao Di to visit the Divine Dynasty. Song Qiri immediately said. Hearing this, the guards immediately looked up and down at Song Qiri's group. Then, as if they had confirmed something, the leader finally waved his hand. Song Qiri was one of the governors of the 36 main cities. Naturally, they did not dare to slight him. Song Qiri led Lin Ling's group into the main cities. After entering, Lin Ling's group found that the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty was much bigger than Snow City. Moreover, there were many experts, including martial ancestor realm experts. Of course, Lin Ling also saw many existences with 5th grade ultimate wild bodies. Although martial ancestor realm experts were rare, they were not rare in the final world. However, martial ancestor realm experts with 5th grade ultimate wild bodies were extremely rare. It could be said that martial ancestor realm experts with 5th grade ultimate wild bodies were the only ones that Lin Ling needed to be wary of. For him, such experts were the real martial ancestor realm experts. As expected of the imperial city under Miao Di, there are indeed many experts. Lin Ling said as he led Yu and the others forward. Yes, if such people were placed in the 9 prefectures, they would be godlike existences. The final world is indeed the world of gods. There are so many experts. Yu and the others also exclaimed. They felt that their horizons had been broadened. This way. The old woman was apparently not surprised. She led Lin Ling and the others forward. Soon they arrived at the gate of the imperial palace of the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty. Upon closer inspection, the imperial palace was also filled with countless divine beasts. The flowers and plants in the garden were all rare treasures of the 9 prefectures. The guards and maids in the imperial palace were all experts. Even the weakest one had a wild body. This imperial palace is one of the oldest imperial palaces in the 9 prefectures. In the past, this imperial palace was where the gods lived. The old woman also stared at the imperial palace and murmured, "No wonder this imperial palace always gives me a sacred and ancient feeling. I'm afraid this imperial palace is already alive." Lin Ling sensed a powerful aura from this ancient imperial palace. "Come in." The old woman nodded. She took out her identity jade token and greeted the guards. Then she led Lin Ling and the others into the imperial palace. The imperial palace was majestic and grand. There were people entering and leaving one after another. Today Miao Di held a banquet and invited heroes from all over. That person over there must be the Supreme Battle Monarch. That's right. The Supreme Battle Monarch has lived in seclusion for 10,000 years. Those over there must be Marquis Pingbei's residents. Legend has it that this residence gave birth to 8 palace god sacred knights. Look, that's the Grand Tutor's people. Along the way, voices of discussion could be heard. Chapter 35-26. Impudent. Hey, that guy over there, if I'm not wrong, he should be the son of Devil Lin Ling. The son of Devil Lin Ling? The enemy of the new heavenly court? I heard that he offended the Duan family? That's right, it's him. I didn't expect him to be qualified to come to the Miao Prefecture's divine palace. Suddenly, an old man looked at Lin Ling with a meaningful look in his eyes. Lin Ling was surprised. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so famous that someone would recognize him in the Miao Emperor's territory of the final world. However, he didn't pay much attention to it and led Yu and the others into the palace. Inside the palace, immortal energy was faintly discernible. It didn't look like a palace in the mortal world, but more like a divine palace. Not only was it vast and majestic, but there were also many cheelants, divine tigers and other beasts lying on the ground. It was majestic. Huge pillars were placed on the ground, supporting the entire palace. At this moment, a large number of people were standing in the palace, and their strength was monstrous. Lin Ling saw the new heavenly court, the Flying Dragon organization, and other major forces of the 9 prefectures. However, in front of the experts of the final world, these major forces were much more low-key. Duke Taiping has arrived. Eastern Deity King has arrived. Not long after, loud voices rang out from time to time as more and more people walked into the palace. Son of Devil Lin Ling has arrived. When someone announced Lin Ling's name, the vast palace was momentarily silent. It was obvious that many people were hearing this name for the first time, and their expressions were somewhat puzzled. As for those who had heard of Lin Ling's name, their eyes flickered as if they were extremely surprised. Lin Ling's expression was calm, neither arrogant nor humble. Miao Emperor has arrived. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly spread throughout the entire palace. Greetings, Miao Emperor. Everyone bowed slightly and put their palms together. It was obvious that Miao Emperor's status was extremely high in the Miao Prefecture, and he could be called the #1 god. Except for those top experts, everyone who saw him was like seeing the Emperor. This was something that was impossible to see in the other 9 prefectures. In other words, the god emperors of the Miao Prefecture were not on the same level as the god emperors of the other 9 prefectures. Among the crowd, Lin Ling was also a little surprised. This was because he had not seen such a scene in many years. If he remembered correctly, when he was in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom when he met the second prince and the others, he also bowed like this. Later on, his Lin Ling's strength continuously grew stronger. The emperors he encountered, he did not place them in his eyes at all. Therefore Lin Ling did not bow this time. He only cupped his fists slightly. Seeing him like this, Yu Doxianing and the others also cupped their fists slightly without bowing. Although they were standing in a corner, Miaodi's power allowed him to see everything clearly. This must be the son of Devil Lin Ling. You're quite bold, daring to not salute me in the final world. Miaodi's eyes flickered as he secretly said. In the final world, apart from the gods, everything else was his people, unless there was a special existence. Today he wanted to see Lin Ling, and a large part of the reason was to see if Lin Ling was such a special existence. At this moment, many people noticed Lin Ling's actions and could not help but show a gloating smile. The son of Devil Lin Ling is quite bold. Even our Duan clan has to salute him here. He actually wants to let things go by just cupping his fists. He's really bold. Don't worry, someone will teach him a lesson. Many people started whispering to each other. How dare you, City Lord of Snow City, Zhangqiri, not salute Miao Di when you see him today? How dare you, Lin Ling, the son of Devil, defy the laws of the gods? You met the God Emperor in the Miao Prefecture Divine Palace but did not salute him. How dare you? After a moment of silence, someone finally spoke. The Grand Tutor. He was a highly respected figure in the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty who had met the God Emperor before. His identity and status were extremely high. He was an old man who looked to be in his 60s. He wore a gorgeous robe and his hair was neatly combed. He was full of majesty. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling, and the gloating smile on their faces deepened. However, Lin Ling had already expected this scene. He knew that someone would take this opportunity to suppress him. He immediately took a step forward and said, "Old man, who are you? Why do you say that I defy the laws of the gods and defy the laws of the gods? In my opinion, you are the one who is defying the laws of the gods. As soon as he said this, the entire divine palace suddenly fell silent. No one expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant that he dared to speak in front of the God Emperor. How impudent! Who gave him the courage? In my opinion, this kind of person who despises the majesty of the God Emperor should be beheaded in public. That's right. The Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty is the ultimate world of the 9 prefectures. If etiquette is abolished, how will others view the Miao Prefecture? After a moment of silence, many people pointed at Lin Ling and reprimanded him. It seemed that they wanted to behead Lin Ling in public. Seeing this, Lin Ling's lips curled into a sneer. He didn't know many of them, but he could roughly guess the origins of a few of them. One of them was the Flying Dragon Organization, another was the New Heavenly Court, and the last was the Duan clan. These 3 enemies couldn't wait for Lin Ling to die, so how could they give up this opportunity? Lin Ling smiled faintly and said slowly, "Bullshit. You said that this young master is looking down on the God's order, but I think you are the ones who are looking down on the God's order and ignoring Lord Miaodi. Lord Miaodi hasn't even spoken yet, so what are you talking about? Do you think you are Miaodi? Nonsense." Hearing Lin Ling's words, those who accused Lin Ling immediately panicked. They were so angry that their teeth creaked. They had long heard of Lin Ling's sharp tongue. Today they saw that it was indeed as sharp as the rumors said. Presumptuous. The Divine Emperor's Great Hall is majestic and sacred. It's fine if you don't salute and defy the Divine Emperor, but you even call yourself a young master. Do you still have any respect for the Divine Emperor? At this time, another person reprimanded Lin Ling. It seemed that he was a member of the Duan clan. Don't bullshit me. I will call myself whatever I want. If you don't agree, then get lost. Also, you said that I don't have any respect for the Divine Emperor. What a joke. The Divine Emperor is in your heart. What's the use of having him in your heart? Could it be that in your heart, the Divine Emperor is only barely worthy of your attention? Lin Ling sneered again and looked at the person who spoke. The entire Divine Palace immediately quieted down. No one thought that Lin Ling would be so arrogant. In front of the Divine Emperor, he called himself a young master. That was fine, but he was so reasonable. Did he think that the Divine Palace of Miaozhou belonged to his family? Moreover, the seniors of the Duan clan and the Grand Tutor were all being scolded by him. This son of Devil Lin Ling was too arrogant. Song Chiri, don't you think you owe me an explanation? Right at this moment, Miao Di, who'd remained silent until now, finally spoke. Chapter 35-27. Trial Taker. However, everyone could see that Emperor Miao was angry. If Emperor Miao was angry, then Lin Ling was dead meat. For a moment, the Grand Tutor, the Duan family, and the others were silent. They sneered and wanted to see how Lin Ling would face the upcoming situation. Emperor Miao. At this moment, Song Chiri looked at the Emperor God and was about to speak. Lord Song, let me do it. However, Lin Ling spoke before him and stepped forward. He looked at Emperor Miao in the silver light and was secretly surprised. With his demon eyes of all things, he could not see through Emperor Miao's strength. This Emperor God of the final world was extraordinary. However, Lin Ling was not afraid of him. He put one hand behind his back and a jade token appeared in his right hand. Then he reached out with his left hand and gently wrote a few words on the jade token. Then he threw the jade token to Emperor Miao. Everyone looked at Lin Ling's actions and was confused for a moment. However, the experts of the Duan family sneered. Lin Ling had angered Emperor Miao. Did he think that he could fool him by writing a few words? In his dreams. In fact, even Emperor Miao thought so. He snorted and took Lin Ling's jade token and glanced at it casually. In the next moment, his dignified face quietly changed. Furthermore, he raised his head to look at Lin Ling, his brows tightly knitted together. As the number 1 Emperor God of the final world, he had been used to being unfazed even if the sky fell. Even the great divine demon war could not move him in the slightest. However, the 3 words on Lin Ling's jade token caused waves in his heart. The people around were also staring at Emperor Miao. After seeing Emperor Miao's expression, many immediately felt that something was wrong. What was written on the jade token? Why did Emperor Miao have such a reaction? You are a trial taker. Emperor Miao ignored everyone's doubts and looked at Lin Ling solemnly. It's written clearly on the jade token. Unless Emperor Miao can't read. Lin Ling replied calmly. How is that possible? Hearing this, Emperor Miao's expression changed again. He stared at Lin Ling as if he wanted to see through Lin Ling. Do you think I dare to use the name of a trial taker? Hearing this, Lin Ling said with a faint smile. Miao Di's heart finally let out a roar as he looked at Lin Ling with a hint of awe. Others might not know what a trial taker was, but as Miao Di, he naturally knew what a trial taker represented. It represented the trial takers of God. Takers of the trial takers, takers of the God of gods. Miao. Emperor Miao 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 Emperor Miao's Miao God. God Miao. Emperor Miao's heart continued to rumble as he gripped the jade token. A moment later he looked at Lin Ling and smiled. There were many misunderstandings before. I hope Your Excellency Lin Ling doesn't mind. Boom. As soon as these words fell, everyone in the palace felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Miao Di actually told Lin Ling not to care? Lin Ling was so lawless that it wouldn't be too much to kill him. However, not only did Emperor Miao not convict Lin Ling, he even apologized to Lin Ling? For a moment, everyone had their own thoughts. Some people began to speculate in their hearts. Some people were still confused. Some of them had heard of trial takers before, so they looked at Lin Ling with awe. Earlier, some people acted lawlessly and thought that they were Emperor Miao. Emperor Miao didn't even have to say anything and he already wanted to convict me. Does this count as looking down on the laws of the gods? At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly opened his mouth and stared at the Grand Tutor. What nonsense are you talking about? The Grand Tutor's face turned angry. A mere Lin Ling dared to bite back at him. He was too bold. What I said is obvious to everyone. Could it be that some big shot thinks he's in a high position so he's lying through his teeth and is determined not to plead guilty? Lin Ling said again. Your Majesty, don't listen to this child's nonsense. I have always been loyal to Your Majesty and have never had the thought of offending my superiors. The Grand Tutor ignored Lin Ling and looked at Emperor Miao instead. He didn't believe that Emperor Miao would help a mere Lin Ling. Because everyone knew that Lin Ling was putting a hat on him and saying some groundless accusations. Therefore, unless Emperor Miao was stupid, he would never believe Lin Ling's words. However, he looked at Emperor Miao expectantly, but Emperor Miao frowned and didn't speak. This time the Grand Tutor finally realized that something was wrong. Everyone's eyes narrowed. From this point, it could be seen that Emperor Miao was going to help Lin Ling. The trial taker's power was truly extraordinary. It made Emperor Miao openly help an outsider. And if Emperor Miao were to help Lin Ling, then those who wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson would all suffer at this moment. In fact, Emperor Miao was now riding a tiger and couldn't get off. He naturally didn't want to make things difficult for his own people. However, Lin Ling was a trial taker, and it was unknown which god's trial taker was. If it was a tyrannical god, then Emperor Miao wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, Emperor Miao was in a dilemma. He wanted to help but didn't dare to. Deceiving the masses with your lies. Lin Ling, do you dare to take the test of the Golden Light? If you can pass the test of the Golden Light, then it proves that you are sincere to Miao Emperor. We have slandered you before, but if you can't, then it means that you are deceiving the masses with your lies and attempting to pollute the sky of Miao Prefecture. At this moment, a stern voice suddenly rang out. Then a young man walked out. This young man was wearing black armor. He had a dragon on his left shoulder and a tiger on his right. He was tall and sturdy. He stood there quietly with an awe-inspiring divine aura. This person's name was Huangfu Yao. He was the son of the Grand Tutor and an expert of Miao Prefecture's Shinsan Hall. And for the sake of fairness, I will take the test of the Golden Light with you. Let's see who falls first. The one who falls first means that his heart isn't sincere enough. How about it? After Huangfu Yao walked out, he immediately looked at Lin Ling indifferently and said, Golden Light with the Golden Light? Everyone immediately began to discuss. The so-called Golden Light with the Golden Light was a divine light left behind by a war god in Miao Prefecture. This war god was once wronged by Emperor Miao. He was unwilling to be wronged, so he used his death to wash away his crime. After his death, he left the Golden Light with the Golden Light. It was said that as long as one could withstand the Golden Light, they would be sincere to Emperor Miao. The Golden Light became the symbol of sincerity in Miao Prefecture's divine dynasty. Golden Light with the Golden Light. Song Chiri was stunned. Then he quickly reacted and shook his head saying, Lin Ling, you can't. If you refuse, it means that what you did before was slander. Slandering a meritorious official in Miao Prefecture's divine dynasty, you should be punished. However, Huangfu Yao immediately shouted angrily. He wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Lin Ling. He wanted to send Lin Ling to the 18th level of hell. You're really thick-skinned. I can see that you're also an advanced martial ancestor with a 5th grade ultimate desolate body. If you compare the golden light with Lin Ling, you'll definitely last longer than him. At that time, you'll also say that you're more sincere than Lin Ling. Chapter 35-28. Luowen Golden Light. A glint flashed across Huang Fuyao's eyes when he heard Huang Xiaolong's words. In fact, he was planning to use his strength to suppress Lin Ling and force Lin Ling to lose to him. However, since things had already progressed to this point, he didn't mind and smiled. There has to be a winner in everything. Unless you, Lin Ling, admit that you're slandering us, then we'll drop this matter. It was obvious that he was trying to force Lin Ling into a battle. Seeing this, the old woman wanted to refuse on behalf of Lin Ling, but Lin Ling suddenly laughed and said, Luowen Golden Light, a divine light that tests one's sincerity. Interesting, I'll also bet with you, let's see who's lying. You've got guts. Huang Fuyao was stunned for a moment, then he revealed an excited smile. Lin Ling actually dared to compete with him, he really didn't know how to write the word, death. Even Miao Di was stunned, he didn't understand why Lin Ling would agree. The so-called Luowen Golden Light not only tested one's sincerity, but it also tested one's talent. If one's talent wasn't strong enough, they would be easily injured by the Luowen Golden Light. The reason why Huang Fuyao dared to compete with Lin Ling wasn't because of his sincerity, but because Huang Fuidao was stronger than Lin Ling. Huang Fuyao, Miaoshan Institute's God ranking lists expert, with the title of God's emissary, ranked 362nd. The others also looked at Huang Fuyao solemnly. God ranking list. This was a ranking list that recorded all the experts in the 36 Institute's God ranking halls. It was said that even the God ranking hall's #1 disciple might not be able to enter the God ranking list. Only those who were ranked among the top and had the title of God's emissary could enter the God ranking list. And Huang Fuyao was one of them. Open the divine light. Grand Elder Fu was afraid that Lin Ling would go back on his word, thus he immediately shouted. Someone took out a huge jade bottle. This jade bottle was 2 meters tall, and it was sparkling and translucent. It looked extremely extraordinary, and there was an incantation on the jade bottle. Someone chanted the incantation, and the jade bottle suddenly floated up. A divine light shot out from the mouth of the jade bottle and enveloped Huang Fuyao and Lin Ling. This was the Luo pattern golden light. It was a strand of divine light left behind by the death of a war god. Light. And Luo Feng's body's chi appeared. Lin Ling's eyes, his body's strength, soul, and realm essence, his body, his physical strength, his soul, and his realm essence, they were all suppressed. The only thing that could withstand this divine light was talent. Of course, when Miao Di, but Miao Di was Miao Di. However, Lin Ling believed that Huang Fuyao wasn't the same as well. Huang Fuyao was merely relying on Lin Ling's higher talent and cultivation base. Haha, Lin Ling, you've lost for sure. Huang Fuyao was enveloped by the divine light and also felt the enormous pressure. However, he believed that Lin Ling was under greater pressure than him. What he needed to do now was to see Lin Ling lose faster than him. He didn't know that Lin Ling dared to experience the divine light's tempering because he had the dragon pearl. Lin Ling planned to borrow the pressure of the Luowen golden light to refine the dragon pearl and greatly improve his dragon god bloodline. The Luowen golden light didn't care about realm essence. What it cared about was talent, so it was just right to stimulate the dragon pearl. As time passed, the pressure on the two became greater and greater. Suddenly, Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was illuminated by the golden light and showed signs of being corroded. This made Yu and company shout anxiously. However, the old woman stopped them. Lin Ling had already agreed to the match, so no one could disturb Lin Ling. She could only hope that Lin Ling could last longer under the Luowen golden light. Haha, Lin Ling, where's your sincere heart? Huang Fuyao could not help but laugh out loud when he saw Lin Ling injured. He was extremely happy because Lin Ling had agreed to compete with him. He was simply courting death. As long as he defeated Lin Ling, he would receive his father's reward and become famous in the final world. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It was too easy for Huang Fuyao. However, as time passed, Huang Fuyao began to feel the pressure. He only had a 5th grade ultimate desolate body, so he could not ignore the Luowen golden light. Fall, trash, quickly fall for me. Of course, Huang Fuyao believed that Lin Ling would fall faster than him. And in fact Lin Ling had spat out another mouthful of blood. He looked extremely dispirited. At this moment no one believed that Lin Ling could continue. Perhaps in the next moment, Lin Ling would be defeated. Only Lin Ling sensed that under the envelopment of the divine light, his dragon god bloodline was rapidly improving. The dragon pearl was also rapidly being refined. It was as if there was a dragon roaring in his body. The heavenly dragon's bone and the supreme nether wind dragon's talent were advancing towards second grade at the same time. As for the spacetime divine steel, it was kept by Lin Ling. This was because if he used it, the pressure Lin Ling would experience would be greatly reduced. However, this was not what Lin Ling wanted to see. This was because Lin Ling needed this pressure. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling spat out another mouthful of blood. His body was corroded with thousands of holes. It was too horrible to look at. The surrounding people fell silent. In the beginning they were all watching a good show. However, they gradually realized that Lin Ling had actually held on for so long. Was all this to prove his sincerity? Even if Lin Ling was a trash, he was still a trash worthy of respect. He was indomitable, and the more he fought, the fiercer he became. When they looked at Huang Fuyao again, his entire body had begun to tremble. His pupils were constantly flickering, as if he could not believe that Lin Ling had not fallen yet. One had to know that his cultivation was higher than Lin Ling's, and his talent was stronger than Lin Ling's. He was also an expert on the divine list. How could he lose to a mere Lin Ling? Could it be that Lin Ling really had a heart of sincerity? No, this was impossible. For a time Huang Fuyao was slightly dazed. Most importantly, he noticed that it was becoming more and more difficult for him to resist the divine light. On the other hand, Lin Ling seemed to be becoming more and more spirited. Every time it seemed like he was about to fall, every time he was drenched in blood, he would become stronger the next time. His sincerity was stronger than gold. Fall. Why aren't you falling? Huang Fuyao watched as Lin Ling fell yet didn't fall, and he started to panic in his heart. He'd never imagined that a junior at the Saint Realm would be so terrifying. When they looked at the surroundings again, many people were cheering for Lin Ling in secret. They were truly shocked by Lin Ling's perseverance. Unfortunately, none of them noticed that the pressure the golden light was exerting on Lin Ling was becoming smaller and smaller. Because Lin Ling's dragon god's natural talent was ceaselessly being stimulated, and it was becoming stronger and stronger. Right at this moment, Huang Fuyao spat out a mouthful of blood, and his expression became dispirited. What? Huang Fuyao seems to be unable to hold on any longer. How did the situation become like this? After all, it was Lin Ling who couldn't hold on in the beginning. My God. If this continues, then Huang Fuyao will definitely lose. Chapter 35-29. Defeat. Persevere. You have to persevere. At this moment Huang Fuyao's mind was buzzing. He constantly shouted at himself, but the divine light's power was constantly destroying him. He knew that he could not last much longer. However, he could not understand why Lin Ling was able to persevere longer than him. How could he have known that Lin Ling was suppressing the spacetime divine steel? Otherwise, the pressure Lin Ling had to endure would be even smaller. If Huang Fuyao knew this, he would probably vomit blood and suffer defeat on the spot. Because if he tried to compete with Lin Ling in terms of natural talent, then he would simply be smashing his own foot with a rock. But now he was not far from defeat. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Huang Fuyao could not withstand the divine light's corrosion. He rushed out from under the water bottle. The moment he rushed out, the entire palace was in an uproar. Huang Fuyao had lost. How is this possible? Grand Tutor Yi was the first to exclaim. His son was an expert that had entered the god role. He had a 5th grade ultimate desolate body. How could he lose to Lin Ling, who was at the Sage Realm, in a competition of the rivet pattern golden light? Taking a step back, even if Lin Ling had a 5th grade ultimate desolate body, he could not last longer than his son. Could it be that the son of demon Lin Ling has a sincere heart and is loyal to the Archmeow? More people shook their heads. The rivet pattern golden light was a divine light left behind by the rivet pattern battle god. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the rivet pattern battle god's life's work. To withstand the rivet pattern golden light, one had to have a sincere heart. 2. One had to have a powerful ultimate desolate body. However, even a 5th grade ultimate desolate body would not last long. Hence, for Lin Ling to win, his ultimate desolate body had to be above the 5th grade. Other than that, it also required Lin Ling's sincere heart. The entire palace fell silent. The Duan family, the new heavenly courts, the Archmiao's true teachings, the various dukes and marquises were all looking at Lin Ling, the son of demon Lin Ling. This moment was clearly engraved in their minds. One had to know that in the final world there were countless experts. There were very few people who could enter the hearts of the various experts. But now the son of demon had succeeded. This meant that the son of demon Lin Ling had a growth potential that even they feared. At this moment Huang Fuyao was still coughing up blood. Because he was forcefully enduring the Luo when golden light, he'd already suffered heavy injuries. His gaze was also fixated on Lin Ling, only to see that Lin Ling was still enveloped by the divine light. Compared to Huang Fuyao, not only was Lin Ling not injured, he was even holding on for a longer time. This scene undoubtedly caused Huang Fuyao to spit out another mouthful of blood, and he shook his head without end as if he was utterly unable to accept reality. He did not know that under the overbearing shine of the Luo pattern golden light, Lin Ling's dragon god talents were all activated. Both of them reached the second stage. The power of the dragon orb completely disappeared. That led to the world-swallowing beast talents being activated and the time and space tablet being activated. Therefore Lin Ling was definitely holding on for a longer time than Huang Fuyao. Lin Ling was even sensing the changes in his body. He realized that the dragon scales hidden in his body were beginning to peel off, and a new dragon scales were growing. However, this was clearly not a good place to change the scales. Therefore Lin Ling suppressed the changes. Then he slowly walked out of the Luo pattern golden light. The moment he walked out, a powerful aura filled the air, and his cultivation of the 8th stage of the Sage Realm became even more stable. Lin Ling is clearly in the Sage Realm, but why is his boundary essence so dense? It's comparable to the early stage of the Martial Ancestor Realm. How strange, how strange. Could his talent be able to increase the power of his boundary essence? Perhaps he has a treasure on him that can store boundary essence. Sensing Lin Ling's aura, the various experts began to discuss spiritedly. Lin Ling placed his hands behind his back, and the aura on his body began to converge. He walked step by step toward Huang Fuyao, and as he walked, the injuries on his body began to heal. The speed of his recovery was much faster than Huang Fuyao's. Huang Fuyao's body trembled, and his face was filled with dispiritedness. He gritted his teeth and finally said, "I lost." He could not understand why an expert on the divine ranking like him would lose to a junior in the Sage Realm. Until now he still did not know how Lin Ling had won. However, Lin Ling did not say a word. Instead, he slowly lifted his foot and placed it on Huang Fuyao's head. "What are you trying to do? Don't go overboard." Huang Fuyao was instantly enraged. He could guess what Lin Ling was trying to do. Lin Ling definitely wanted to trample on him. How dare he? Although Huang Fuyao had lost, they had only competed with the Luo pattern golden light. Did Lin Ling think that he was stronger than him? The Grand Tutor was also furious. However, since Emperor Miao did not say a word, he naturally did not dare to say a word. Overboard? Lin Ling's foot was still lifted and he looked down at Huang Fuyao. "You're just a late-stage martial ancestor and I'm just a late-stage Sage Realm expert. Don't you think that you're overboard when you compete with me? Now that you've lost, you're no match for him, so stop talking nonsense." After he finished speaking, Lin Ling's foot landed on Huang Fuyao's shoulder, and a powerful force pressed down on him. Puff. If it was before, Lin Ling would not have been able to hurt Huang Fuyao. However, Huang Fuyao had already been injured by the Luo pattern golden light, and since he was weaker, he did not dare to resist. Plop. He was instantly trampled to the ground by Lin Ling. His face smashed into the ground and he felt a sharp pain. Of course, he felt even more humiliated. Huang Fuyao, the son of the Grand Tutor and an expert on the divine ranking, had been trampled on in front of so many people. How could he face others in the future? Most importantly, the person who had trampled on him was only a Sage Realm expert. At this moment, the divine hall was completely silent. All the experts frowned. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant, to trample on Huang Fuyao's face in front of so many people. Most importantly, Emperor Miao did not speak up for such an arrogant act. This meant that Emperor Miao had high hopes for Lin Ling's potential, so he was giving Lin Ling face. However, Lin Ling's potential was not simple. If he was already so powerful at the Sage Realm, how powerful would he be when he reached the Martial Ancestor Realm? They had a feeling that when Lin Ling reached the Martial Ancestor Realm, Lin Ling's name would definitely spread in the final world. Currently, Lin Ling was just starting to make a name for himself in the final world. Son of the devil Lin Ling, you'll regret this. At this moment, Huang Fuyao was still being trampled on by Lin Ling, but he still spoke with a venomous tone. This was because today was a humiliation that he would never be able to wash away. Is that so? Lin Ling immediately smiled faintly. This kind of threat is useless against me. Moreover, you can see that I'm more sincere than you under the Luo Wen golden light. Therefore you were slandering me before. Now you'd better beg for mercy. I also like to hear an expert on the divine ranking like you begging for mercy. Otherwise, I don't mind trampling on you and embarrassing you. Huang Fuyao was so angry that his nose became crooked. Not only did Lin Ling trample on him, he even wanted him to beg for mercy. Lin Ling. That grand tutor you was also very angry. Chapter 35:30. Long talk. Not going to beg for mercy? Sure, I'll keep stepping on your face. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't itch, and you're not tired. Lin Ling spoke again. Whether it was in the final world or in the 9 continents, Lin Ling's character was to treat others the way they treated him. The Grand Tutor and his son had no enmity with him, but they wanted to bully him. Lin Ling would definitely return the favor tenfold if he had the chance. You're going too far. Huang Fuyao laughed in anger when he heard Lin Ling's words. It was true that being stepped on by Lin Ling didn't hurt or itch and he wasn't tired, but was it a matter of tiredness? It was a matter of face. I've lost. Lord Lin Ling, please forgive me. Huang Fuyao couldn't help but blurt out. What are you talking about? You're too soft, I can't hear you. Lin Ling continued to step on Huang Fuyao's foot as he chuckled lightly. Huang Fuyao's body trembled as he roared, I'm sorry I've lost. I was wrong. I shouldn't have questioned your sincerity. Please forgive me. Huang Fuyao's body deflated as soon as he finished speaking. His dignity, character, and shame shrouded Huang Fuyao's heart, making him feel like he was about to collapse. Since that's the case, let's forget about this matter. However, you should be glad that you met me. I'm an easy person to talk to. If it was someone else, it might not be the same. Only then did Lin Ling slowly retract his foot. Easy to talk to? Everyone in the deity's Templar was dumbfounded. Stepping on the Grand Tutor's son's face in front of him was considered easy to talk to? When Huang Fuyao heard Lin Ling's words, he felt a sweetness in his throat and almost fainted from anger. The Grand Tutor's body trembled as he gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. All right, it's time for this matter to end. At this time, Miao Di spoke up to smooth things over for the Grand Tutor. Everyone immediately understood and changed the topic. After a long time, this grand gathering of the world's big shots finally came to an end. The various experts also left one after another. The Duan clan and the experts of the new heavenly court looked deeply at Lin Ling, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Today's events told them that Lin Ling had a strong backer in the final world. Even Miao Di had to give face to Lin Ling. In truth, the experts of the new heavenly court had already guessed it, but they didn't expect Lin Ling's backing to be so strong. After everyone left, Miao Di looked at Lin Ling with a smile and said, Little friend Lin Ling, it's rare for you to come here, why don't you stay as a guest? Since Miao Di had spoken, this brat was naturally eager. Lin Ling didn't reject Emperor Miao. It was better to know another expert than to offend one. That night, Miao Di called Lin Ling and the others to wake up. Moreover, at Miao Di's residence, Miao Di removed her mask. Lin Ling and the others discovered that Miao Di was actually a woman, a beautiful woman. This surprised Lin Ling and the others. They never thought that martial god Qing Ning, one of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 continents, was actually a woman. Miao Di wasn't surprised by Lin Ling and the others' surprise. She had people prepare delicious food to entertain Lin Ling and the others. I wonder which god's trial taker is little friend Lin Ling? After a round of wine and food, Miao Di asked with a smile. Lin Ling immediately looked at the old woman and the others, then smiled and said, Lei Gong. It's actually him. Miao Di's expression clearly changed with a hint of dread. Although she was the #1 god emperor in the final world, there was still a god's world above the final world. This god's world was very close to the final world. It could be said that Miao Di was working under the eyes of a god. After knowing that Lin Ling was Lei Gong's trial taker, Miao Di's attitude towards Lin Ling became even more polite. As the god emperor of the final world, Miao Di should have seen other trial takers. Lin Ling was curious about the other trial takers, so he asked in passing. Miao Di immediately nodded. I was fortunate enough to see one a few years ago. However, trial takers of the divine trial takers are all people with extraordinary potential. They naturally have their reasons for being chosen by a god. Sir Lin Ling, as one of the trial takers of the divine trial takers, your future potential is limitless. If your name shakes the 9 continents in the future, I hope you can give this old woman, Miao Di, some face. Miao Di's words are too serious. Who can be sure about the future? At least in the final world, there are many people stronger than me, so I don't dare to think too far ahead. I just want to take one step at a time and slowly become stronger. Lin Ling immediately smiled politely. It's best that little friend Lin Ling thinks this way because many geniuses became trial takers and lost in the first round because of their arrogance. They thought that as trial takers, they would definitely be outstanding in the future. This mentality caused them to fail the trial mission and eventually become unknown. Miao Di nodded in appreciation. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say much about the trial takers. He suddenly thought of something and asked, Senior Miao Di, as one of the 9 continents' 10 great martial gods, you should have seen Luli Empress, right? Luli Empress was also one of the 9 continents' 10 great martial gods and was Lin Ling's biggest enemy, so he was naturally curious about how far Tianliuli had gone. However, when Tianliuli was mentioned, Miao Di's expression changed. Luli Empress, a rare genius in the 9 continents, of course I have seen her. This Luli Empress is indeed powerful. She has only grown for a short period of time, but her strength is one of the strongest among the 9 continents' 10 great martial gods. Moreover, her cultivation realm is also the lowest, but her strength can only be described as terrifying. It's a pity that I have only seen her and have never seen her fight. Otherwise, I would have seen how powerful this Luli Empress is. Miao Di sighed. Lin Ling's eyes instantly flickered when he heard this. Tianliuli had obtained Li Xiaoyao's true inheritance and knew the primal chaos divine technique as well. So, how could her combat strength be weak? Fortunately, Li Xiaoyao hadn't revealed the cultivation method for the next few levels of the primal chaos divine technique. Otherwise, Tianliuli would have opened up her 9 dantians, and he, Lin Ling, would have no hope of taking revenge. By the way, she was also one of the trial takers. At this time, Miao Di said again. This news undoubtedly surprised Lin Ling. He never thought that Luli Empress was also one of the trial takers. However, I don't know if she has completed her trial mission. I only know that she has a high reputation among the trial takers. Miao Di said again. It seems that among the 9 continents' 10 great martial gods, she is not the only one who is a trial taker. There should be others. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Until now, he still didn't know what kind of reward would be obtained after completing all the trial missions. However, he was certain that each trial taker was not simple, especially those who could reach the end. They could already meet the gods. Well, Lin Ling, it's rare for you to be a guest. Let's not talk about this. Next, Miao Di and Lin Ling chatted with each other. That night, Lin Ling stayed in Miao Di's divine palace. The divine palace had many precious places that were very suitable for cultivation. Therefore, Lin Ling and Yu separated and each chose a place to cultivate. Chapter 35-31. Slaughter had appeared. This land of treasures was extremely ancient and had dense spiritual energy. Just like Lin Ling's courtyard, there was an ancient spiritual marrow under the treasures. Lin Ling was inside and he could feel his talent slowly increasing. His cultivation level was also increasing. Out of the 5 dantians, the largest dantian was approaching the 9th stage of the Saint Realm. However, Lin Ling's cultivation was focused on the dragon god talent. Ka. He sat cross-legged as large amounts of scales appeared on his body. They were extremely hard and emitted a glow. The dragon aura was extremely dense. However, at this moment the scales were falling off. Every time a piece fell off, Lin Ling would inhale in pain. Of course, as the old scales fell off, new scales were slowly growing. Currently, Lin Ling's Sky Dragon Bone and Great Nether Wind Dragon talent had both reached the 2nd grade. It was the same as the Realm Swallowing Beast talent. His body strength had reached the power of 6,000 worlds. His speed had reached the speed of 600 worlds. And this was before the talents were fused. If the talents were fused, his strength would reach the power of 8,000 worlds. His speed would reach the terrifying speed of 800 worlds. What did this mean? It meant that Lin Ling's gentle punch was comparable to the power of 8,000 worlds. And in a breath, Lin Ling could instantly traverse 800 worlds. This speed had greatly exceeded the speed of the spacetime divine steel. At this point, the spacetime divine steel was less useful to Lin Ling. This also meant that there was a difference between a powerful talent and an ordinary talent. A powerful talent had greater potential. I never expected this to be a blessing in disguise. With the help of the Luo pattern golden light, I was able to refine the dragon pearl. Otherwise, it would have taken me a long time to refine it. Lin Ling watched the scales fall off one by one, then nodded in satisfaction. Currently, his 3 strongest talents were all at the 2nd grade. Perhaps one-on-one, these talents were not comparable to a 5th grade ultimate desolate body. However, when combined, it was terrifying. Moreover, Lin Ling also had the 5th grade divine steel of time and space. With all these methods added together, Lin Ling's strength had more than doubled compared to before. The power of the dragon bone has increased, so has the power of the great solar calamity bow. Furthermore, the last arrow of the great solar calamity bow will probably be able to touch the threshold. Lin Ling gathered the dragon bones in his body, and a 5-meter-long bow appeared in his hand. Sensing the ancient power of the bow, Lin Ling's smile deepened. However, when Lin Ling wanted to cultivate the last bow, his dragon god talent was still a bit weaker. In the end, he still couldn't cultivate it. On the other hand, Lin Ling had a feeling that the final bow was one with the bow, the dragon transforming into the bow, and the bow transforming into the human. Perhaps at that time, the great solar calamity bow would no longer be 5 meters long, but 10 meters or even more than 10 meters long. Since he could not cultivate the dragon bow, Lin Ling cast his gaze on the Windrain Myriad World technique. It was left behind by Xiaoyu's grandfather, and it had absolute speed enhancement. And now, Lin Ling had cultivated it to the 10,000 technique stage so he could increase his speed by about 100 worlds. I never expected that the Windrain Myriad World technique is also a martial art that cultivates the power of ancestors. Lin Ling constantly sensed the Windrain Myriad World technique. In his mind, scenes of strong winds, torrential rain, and myriad worlds were constantly exchanged. Around him, strong winds began to blow, blowing up countless rocks around him. Furthermore, a drizzling rain gradually appeared, and it became heavier and heavier, turning into a torrential rain. And this wind and rain passed through the myriad worlds and bathed them. This was a terrifying speed. A drop of rain or a gust of wind could travel from the east to the north. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. It was as if he had just returned from the north, and his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. This Windrain Myriad World technique is truly difficult to comprehend. It seems that it will take some time to reach the world technique stage. Lin Ling shook his head. This time, his comprehension speed did not increase by much, so for the time being, he would not bitterly cultivate the Windrain Myriad World technique. As for the Illusion God True Inheritance, Lin Ling had already cultivated it to the Illusion God World stage, so there was no need to continue cultivating it. As long as Lin Ling's soul force increased, the Illusion God True Inheritance would become even stronger. Lin Ling sensed his strongest technique, and his gaze finally fell on the sword hilt. Currently, the sword hilt possessed the strongest power of ancestors. However, this power of ancestors needed to be constantly stimulated, and Lin Ling could only stimulate 30% of the power of ancestors. However, one should not underestimate this 30% power of ancestors. Its strength was much greater than ordinary power of ancestors. This was because this was the rank of demonic swords, and it was once the demonic sword of a god. God Emperor Zhang Gang once said that if I want to stimulate more power of ancestors, I must obtain the approval of the sword hilt. Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword with both hands, and his eyes slowly closed. Kill. At the same time, a dense killing intent rushed into Lin Ling's mind. At this moment, Lin Ling's hair stood on end and quietly turned red. It was as if a sea urchin was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was extremely terrifying. What a powerful killing intent. Lin Ling's mind rumbled. In his mind, a world of slaughter appeared. A sword, a figure from the era of gods slaughtering the world. The entire world was filled with bloody light, demonic energy surged and killing intent rippled. Whoosh! With a slash of the sword, millions of lives fell. Ah! Lin Ling seemed to be in a world of slaughter. He roared towards the sky and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Kill, kill, kill. There was only killing in his heart. He wanted to stop killing with killing and slaughter the world. However, when he was enveloped by the killing intent, Lin Ling did not completely lose his mind. He knew that he could not be controlled by the killing intent. Otherwise he would turn into an ancient killing demon. However, this wisp of reason and calmness was quickly drowned by the killing intent. It was like a sea of blood that gradually drowned Lin Ling's body. Rumble. A terrifying killing intent suddenly soared into the sky from the treasure land, and Emperor Miao's divine hall began to tremble. Many experts immediately felt a chill run down their bodies. They all looked up at the sky and muttered to themselves, "What a terrifying killing intent." Not good. At this moment, a sharp shout suddenly sounded. Cool rain suddenly sprinkled from the sky, as if a downpour was extinguishing the billowing flames. In the sky above Emperor Miao's divine hall, a figure stood there solemnly. It was Emperor Miao. Her gaze was fixed on a corner of the divine hall, and her face was filled with seriousness. Then she opened her hands, and wisps of mysterious energy turned into spring rain that sprinkled throughout the divine hall. This spring rain was extremely cold. After it fell to the ground, it immediately triggered a sizzling sound like the sound of water dripping into flames. Amidst the billowing murderous aura, the frenzied killing intent in Lin Ling's body gradually weakened. His blood-red hair gradually drifted down and stuck to his shoulders. His blood-red eyes gradually regained their calmness. The flames of killing intent on his body gradually extinguished. Buzz. Buzz. Chapter 35-32. 40% of Ancestors' Power. Seeing this, Empress Miao heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, the old woman and Song Qiri appeared beside her. They were shocked and did not understand what had happened. It's murderous aura. I don't know what ancient item Lin Ling has activated to make the murderous aura so strong. Fortunately, this is my temple and I can suppress the murderous aura. If it was elsewhere, the consequences would be unimaginable. Empress Miao looked at the old woman and Song Qiri and said, "Murderous aura? It seems to be the sword hilt on Lin Ling's body. This sword hilt is so extraordinary that even I can't see through it. I didn't expect it to hide such a strong murderous aura." The old woman and Song Qiri looked at each other with deep fear in their eyes. Because the murderous aura was so strong that even they felt scared. They could not understand why Lin Ling would carry such a murderous sword with him. However, the murderous aura has already subsided. He should be fine now. Fortunately, he happened to be in my territory this time. Otherwise, he might not be so lucky next time. You guys better remind him that if there's nothing wrong with that sword, it's best to use it less. Empress Miao said to the old woman and the others. The old woman and the others nodded immediately. At this moment, Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged. His forehead was full of sweat. Although the murderous aura had subsided, the impact of the murderous aura still scared him. Because he did not expect that when he communicated with the scabbard, there would be such a terrifying murderous aura. After Emperor Ga Gang unlocked the power of the scabbard for him, Lin Ling had tried to communicate with the scabbard. However, at that time, there was no such terrifying murderous aura. It could only be said that the power left in the scabbard by Emperor Ga Gang gradually disappeared and the scabbard regained its former ferocity. This sword is worthy of being called a double-edged sword. Fortunately, there was a powerful force that attacked the scabbard and protected me from being drowned by the murderous aura. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Ling secretly felt lucky. He guessed that it was Empress Miao who had helped him. Only Empress Miao had the power to suppress the scabbard. Perhaps even the old woman and city lord Song could not do it. This made him even more cautious of the scabbard. 40% of the ancestral power. After that, Lin Ling picked up the scabbard and discovered that he could easily utilize 40% of the ancestral power in the scabbard. This was a pleasant surprise. Lin Ling sat cross-legged and cultivated. After a full 3 days he finally stood up. As soon as he left the cultivation treasure land, Lin Ling saw the old woman and the others waiting outside. When they saw him, they all let out sighs of relief. "Lin Ling, how are you?" The old woman took the initiative to ask. Looking at her appearance, she seemed to be quite frightened by Lin Ling. "Thank you for your concern, senior, but I'm fine now." Lin Ling hurriedly bowed slightly to the old woman, and his heart warmed because he realized that the old woman's concern came from the bottom of her heart. "Brother Ling." "Young master." Yu and the others also learned about Lin Ling's situation from the old woman and the others. Now that they saw Lin Ling come out safe and sound, they were all relieved. They did not expect that Lin Ling would not be killed by the new Heavenly Court's experts but almost be killed by the scabbard. "It's fine. It's just a small matter. Lin Ling did not want Yu Yu and the others to worry, so he did not mind and smiled. However, the simpler Lin Ling made it sound, the more dangerous Yu Yu and the others felt. It's good that you can come out safely. At this time, Empress Miao also appeared. She had a kind smile on her face, but when her gaze fell on the scabbard behind Lin Ling, the depths of her eyes were extremely solemn. This was because the killing intent of the scabbard was so dense that it was the first time she had encountered it. She guessed that the scabbard was a treasure left behind from the era of gods. "Thank you for your help, Senior," Lin Ling said gratefully to Empress Miao because she was the first to notice the killing intent of the scabbard. If it were not for her, Lin Ling would have been drowned by the killing intent. "It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning." Empress Miao smiled and waved her hand. However, she could see that after this incident, Lin Ling had changed his view of her and was no longer a stranger. This was also what Empress Miao wanted to see because Lin Ling was a trial taker with extraordinary potential in the future. Befriending him today would definitely be beneficial in the future. And this was indeed the case. Lin Ling remembered Empress Miao's kindness in his heart. He was not pretentious and only said solemnly, "Thank you for your help, Senior. If you need my help in the future, please feel free to say so." Empress Miao had been waiting for this sentence. After hearing Lin Ling's words, she smiled even more happily. After everyone chatted for a while, Lin Ling finally brought the old woman and the others back to Snow-Blowing City. This trip to the Divine Imperial Court had benefited Lin Ling greatly. Not only had his strength greatly increased, but he had also befriended Empress Miao. One must know that in the final world, strength was the key, but sometimes relationships were also the most important. After this incident, the new Heavenly Court and the Duan family will be even more afraid of Young Master. They won't dare to attack Young Master unless they have the confidence to kill Young Master in one go. Along the way, the old woman looked at Lin Ling and said as they walked towards Snow-Blowing City. During this trip to Empress Miao's palace, Lin Ling had also released a piece of news. That was, his backer was extremely extraordinary. In fact, the Duan family and the new Heavenly Court should have guessed it long ago, but they were not sure. This time they were completely sure. In the short term they won't dare to touch me. However, after Martial God when Tian knows that I'm a trial taker, I'm afraid he will want to kill me even more. Lin Ling knew that the current safety was only temporary. On the contrary, after he became a trial taker, Martial God when Tian and the others would treat him even more seriously. However, this was a matter for the future. There was no need to think too much about it now. "Senior, do you have any news about my big brother and the others?" Lin Ling looked at the old woman and asked. Sakura, Menglu, Wangu Wuji and the others had all entered the Kaiyuan River to cultivate. Moreover, they had been cultivating for a long time. No wonder Lin Ling was worried. The Kaiyuan River is not simple. Anything can happen there, so we don't know where they are right now. It all depends on them. However, if they can survive in the Kaiyuan River, their strength will definitely increase more or less, said the old woman. And I hope they can survive this time. Lin Ling nodded. He was just worried. However, he also knew that on the path of martial arts, other than himself, no one else could help. Now, I should prepare to fight for the first place of Snow Blowing Academy's Shinsan Hall. Lin Ling withdrew his thoughts and began to think about his future. Becoming the first place of Shinsan Hall meant that he had completed the Trial of God's mission. He would receive a large amount of rewards, so Lin Ling would definitely not miss it. One had to know that without the rewards of the Trial of God, Lin Ling would have to cultivate by himself. If he wanted to become stronger, it would definitely take a long time. Young Master is now the first place of Shinsan Hall. Your first task is to become a disciple of Shinsan Hall. Only then can you compete for the first place of Shinsan Hall. Song Chiri reminded with a smile. Alright. Chapter 35-33. Holy Temple Challenge. The group chatted as they walked and they drew closer to Snowwind City. Along the way, Lin Ling gave the dragon scales he had shed to Xian Yuangur. These dragon scales were extremely strong, able to withstand an early-stage martial ancestor's attack. They were very suitable for Xian Yuangur. In addition, Xian Yuangur obtained a page of scripture, and Lin Ling passed the spacetime divine steel cultivation method to her. He wanted to give Xian Yuangur the ability to attack with a single glance. As for Yu Yu, because she also had the dragon god's bloodline, Lin Ling passed the great calamity destroying Sun Bao to her. What surprised Lin Ling was that Yu Yu's comprehension of the great calamity destroying Sun Bao was very deep. As soon as he passed the bow to her, she was able to shoot her first arrow. Moreover, the arrow she shot was different from Lin Ling's. It was more sacred and radiant. This made Lin Ling happy. The great calamity destroying Sun Bao's power was extraordinary. If Yu Yu could fully control it, then Yu Yu would have another life-saving trump card in the final world. After a long time, Lin Ling's group finally returned to Snow Wind City. The city was as lively as before. That night, Lin Ling's group stayed in the courtyard. Lin Ling did not cultivate that night, but spent the night with Yu Yu and the others. After a night of romance, Lin Ling headed to Snow Wind Academy the next day. Just as he arrived, he saw Zhuang Nongming, Fairy Xn Yen, and the others. Lin Ling, you're back. Hello. Zhuang Nongming, Fairy Xn Yen, Chu Yun, and the others immediately greeted Lin Ling. To them, Lin Ling's whereabouts were elusive, but every time he appeared, something big would happen. Lin Ling. At the huge entrance of the academy, people gradually recognized Lin Ling. One of them couldn't help laughing excitedly, then walked towards Lin Ling. Luo Wuchang. In the past, when Lin Ling was fighting for the #1 position in Shenair Hall, he met a master who was second only to the dean's son, Tianao. At that time, when Luo Wuchang lost to Lin Ling, he was very dissatisfied. However, after seeing Lin Ling defeat Tianao, his dissatisfaction disappeared without a trace. Lin Ling, the mysterious figure of the Snow Wind Academy. Every time you appear, there must be something big happening. Don't tell me that you came back this time to become an expert of the Shensan Hall. Luo Wuchang walked towards Lin Ling, laughing as he walked. Master of Shensan Hall? Lin Ling stopped and looked at Luo Wuchang with a faint smile. He then nodded. Yes, I am indeed here to enter the Shensan Hall. He didn't finish what he wanted to say. He was here to become the champion of the Third Divine Hall. However, even if he didn't say it, the idea of becoming an expert of the Third Divine Hall was enough to make Zhuang Yanming and the others gasp. Because Lin Ling entered the Snow Wind Academy at the same time as them, and now they are still the masters of the First Divine Hall, but Lin Ling is already moving towards the Third Divine Hall. The gap is too big. You really want to enter the Third Divine Hall? Luo Wuchang was stunned, then he laughed loudly. In the past, when he lost to Lin Ling, he once said that sooner or later he would defeat Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling said that within 10 years, if you, Luo Wuchang, become an expert of the Third Divine Hall, you still have a chance. At that time, Luo Wuchang thought that Lin Ling was bragging. But now he finally knew that Lin Ling was not bragging because now Lin Ling is indeed moving towards the Third Divine Hall. Lin Ling, you're amazing, you're awesome, I won't help you. Luo Wuchang couldn't help but sigh, but then he laughed again. Haha, if you enter the Third Divine Hall, then among the masters of the Second Divine Hall, I will only be under Tianao. Aha, finally, I won't be the third. Lin Ling, if you want to become an expert of the Third Divine Hall, you need to pass the assessment of the Snow Wind Academy. The assessment will be held in the Divine Hall. Are you really ready? Zhuang Yanming and the others also came over and said one by one. Among them, Xn Yen Fairy, Chu Yun, Ear Ring and the others looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of worship. Lin Ling entered the Snow Wind Academy at the same time as them, but he has always been the spokesperson of miracles, and can be said to be the undefeated legend of the Snow Wind Academy. Divine Hall? Lin Ling's eyes flashed, but he also smiled casually. Then let's go to the Divine Hall to take the assessment. After saying that, he took the lead. Luo Wuchang and the others wanted to see if Lin Ling could succeed, so they all followed Lin Ling. The Divine Hall was the place where the masters of the Snow Wind Academy gathered. Not only did it gather the masters of the current year, but also the masters of the Snow Wind Academy in history. After Lin Ling and Luo Wuchang appeared, the entire vast Divine Hall suddenly quieted down, and countless eyes looked at Lin Ling and Luo Wuchang. It's Lin Ling. He came to the Divine Hall. Could it be that he is going to become an expert of the Third Divine Hall? God, he just became the #1 of the Third Divine Hall, and now he wants to challenge the masters of the Third Divine Hall. After a moment of silence, a series of exclamations immediately rang out. Some women screamed, and their eyes were full of nostalgia. For them, Lin Ling had become a legend of the Snow Wind Academy. In addition, Lin Ling's character was very strong, and he often wore a blue and white robe, which was extremely attractive. Lin Ling has an elegant domineering aura, out of this world but also overbearing, so attractive. A woman clasped her hands together and shouted excitedly. Yes, that kind of domineering aura. I think among the 36 academies in the final world, Lin Ling is definitely the number one in terms of cold and elegant domineering aura. The other women also shouted, staring at Lin Ling, not daring to miss the slightest. Whether in the final world or 9 states, those with great strength and potential were mostly idols of the same age. This guy only appears in the Snow Wind Academy once every 6 months, but his popularity is so strong that it makes people jealous. Luo Wuchang looked at the divine hall that was about to be overturned and could not help but shake his head helplessly. Then his eyes swept and fell on a man in the distance, and he suddenly smiled bitterly. The man also smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was the former number 1 of the Shinair Hall, Tianao. Tianao apparently also heard the news. At first he thought that he had heard wrong because Lin Ling entered the Shinair Hall later than him, but he did not intend to become a master of the Shinair Hall. But Lin Ling began to move, which was simply incredible. However, after seeing Lin Ling appear in the Divine Hall, Tianao was sure that Lin Ling had indeed come for the Shinair Hall. What a crazy guy. I have dominated the Shinair Hall for so many years, but in terms of popularity, I can't compare to this guy who only appears once every 6 months. Tianao sighed and said. He was jealous of Lin Ling but also admired him. However, not everyone in the Snow Wind Academy admired Lin Ling. Many people were very unhappy with Lin Ling because Lin Ling was just a freshman, but he had stolen a lot of their limelight. This feeling of being robbed of something made them not only unhappy with Lin Ling, they even hated him. And most of these people were the masters of the Shinair Hall. This Lin Ling is said to be extremely arrogant. He came and went as he pleased in the Snow Wind Academy, and now he wants to become a master of the Shinair Hall. Dongfang Yirong, don't you plan to do something? Chapter 35-34. You make the first move. As for Dongfang Yirong, who was being stared at, he frowned. Then a cold smile appeared on his face. Your former teacher was Zhou Lin. Now Zhou Lin is dead because of Lin Ling. If you don't do anything, others will laugh at you for being a coward. The white-faced man said. Xinlu, you don't need to provoke me. No one can trick me into doing anything I want. Dongfang Yirong finally spoke when he heard that. His expression was filled with dense arrogance. The white-faced man just smiled and didn't say anything because he had a feeling that Dongfang Yirong was planning to stop Lin Ling from moving forward. Although Dongfang Yirong wasn't the strongest expert in Shinsan Hall, he was one of the strongest experts in Shinsan Hall. If an expert from Shinsan Hall wanted to enter Shinsan Hall, they would have to fight in Shinsan Hall's competition. If they defeated an expert from Shinsan Hall, they would have the preliminary qualification to become an expert of Shinsan Hall. Of course, this was only the preliminary qualification. Because the academy had to be on guard against people who deliberately let the experts from Shinsan Hall enter Shinsan Hall. Therefore, if one wanted to enter Shinsan Hall, the rules were very strict. Everyone was still looking at Lin Ling. But at this time, a figure slowly walked towards Lin Ling. It was Dongfang Yirong. He was wearing a neat robe and his body was covered in divine light. He looked like a messenger of God. But in fact, he was indeed a messenger of God. Basically, 80% of the experts who could enter Shinsan Hall were messengers of God. They had the same status as the teachers. Some of them were even more powerful than the teachers by several times. It's Dongfang Yirong. Seeing the man in front of Lin Ling, many people cried out in alarm. Among them, teacher Cailuan also came. She frowned because she knew that Dongfang Yirong was Zhou Lin's student. Now that Zhou Lin was dead, Dongfang Yirong would definitely want to avenge him. Even if he didn't avenge him, he would still teach Lin Ling a lesson. You are Lin Ling. At this moment, Dongfang Yirong stood in front of Lin Ling and looked at Lin Ling with contempt. Not bad. Lin Ling's expression was calm as he replied faintly. I heard that you are a legend in the Snow Wind Academy. Not only have you received the attention of the dean, you can come and go as you please. Moreover, you are also the fastest to enter the God Second Hall and the fastest to challenge the God Third Hall. Dongfang Yirong said indifferently. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Lin Ling's expression remained calm. Nothing much, I am here to break your legend. If you want to obtain the preliminary qualification of Shinsan Hall, you must defeat an expert of Shinsan Hall, and I will be your first expert. Dongfang Yirong sneered and said. The smell of gunpowder quietly pervaded the air. The entire sacred hall fell silent as countless gazes stared at Lin Ling and Yi Shiwen. However, Lin Ling was still unmoved and said indifferently, "With just you? Of course, don't think that you can win every battle just because you have the support of the dean and the city lord. Let me tell you, the challenges of the Shinsan Hall are the most severe. No matter who your backer is, as long as you dare to stand on the martial stage, no one will let you win," Dong Fangyi-rong said coldly. The meaning behind his words was that Lin Ling could become the first new student and the number one of Shinsan Hall because of the dean and the city lord's help. Lin Ling understood the meaning behind Dong Fangyi-rong's words, and so did the people around him. Lin Ling nodded and said, "I don't need you to go easy on me. I hope that you can go all out. At least, don't show me the strength that will disappoint me." After he finished speaking, Lin Ling took the lead and walked towards the center of the sacred hall. "Lin Ling, be careful." Teacher Tsailuan and the others could not help but remind him. Lin Ling nodded and continued to walk forward. The challenge had undoubtedly alarmed the entire Snow Wind Academy. Even the vice dean and the others had appeared. This was because Lin Ling was the first student to challenge Shinsan Hall in the Snow Wind Academy. Moreover, his cultivation was the lowest, the Sage Realm student. According to the rules, such strength should not be able to enter Shinsan Hall. However, there was an exception to everything. That was because the challenger was Lin Ling. Dong Fangyi-rong, late-stage martial ancestor. 5th grade ultimate desolate body. However, he has a pure divine bloodline and has great potential. Furthermore, Dong Fangyi-rong's martial Dao foundation surpasses ordinary people. He possesses a powerful ancestral force. It can be said that if Tian'ao and Dong Fangyi-rong were to fight, Tian'ao would not be able to withstand more than 10 moves from Dong Fangyi-rong. The vice dean and the other experts muttered to themselves. The former number one of Shinsan Hall, the dean's son, Tian'ao, had great talent. However, his cultivation was only at level 2 martial ancestor realm. On the other hand, Dong Fangyi-rong was at level 7 martial ancestor realm. There was a huge gap between Tian'ao and Dong Fangyi-rong. On the other hand, Lin Ling was only at level 8 martial ancestor realm. Even if his talent could increase his boundary essence, the gap between Tian'ao and Dong Fangyi-rong could not be bridged by a mysterious cultivation technique. Lin Ling has a pure divine dragon bloodline. If his cultivation is higher, he might be able to win. Teacher Tsailuan, who was standing beside the vice dean, said. It had been less than a year since the Shinto Hall tournament. It was already amazing that Lin Ling could increase his cultivation. Therefore, they did not expect Lin Ling to be able to increase his talent. Lin Ling's chances of winning are slim. However, it's good for him to suffer a setback. For a genius like Lin Ling, it's not good for him to have everything go smoothly. If he suffers a setback, he will be able to go further. The vice dean suddenly said after pondering for a moment. Teacher Tsailuan and the others nodded in agreement. They would definitely not allow Lin Ling to be injured in this battle. As long as Lin Ling showed signs of defeat, they would immediately save him. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on this battle. On the crystal martial arena, Dong Fangyi-rong had been waiting for a long time. He had his hands behind his back and a cold smile on his face. He knew that with the vice dean and other experts around, it was impossible for him to hurt Lin Ling. However, he wanted Lin Ling to suffer the greatest humiliation in his life. He wanted to torture Lin Ling properly. It would be best if he could attack Lin Ling's martial heart and turn his undefeated legend into a rumor. Under everyone's discussion and gaze, Lin Ling finally appeared on the crystal martial arena. I didn't expect you to really dare to challenge me. You are also the first martial ancestor in the history of the Shinto Hall to challenge me. As a sign of respect, I will definitely not hurt you in this battle. When he saw Lin Ling appear, Dong Fangyi-rong licked his lips and sneered. You talk too much nonsense. Make your move. However, Lin Ling's expression did not change. He had his hands behind his back and said indifferently. Make my move. Dong Fangyi-rong was stunned. He thought he had heard wrong and said sarcastically, You want me to make the first move? Yes, because if you don't make the first move, you won't have any chance. Lin Ling nodded and said. There was an uproar around the crystal martial arena. Did I hear wrong? Lin Ling wants the experts of the Shinto Hall to make the first move? Arrogant, too arrogant. Be careful not to embarrass yourself. Chapter 35-35. The power from before was like an itch. Many boys felt that Lin Ling was too arrogant and overestimating himself. However, many girls felt that Lin Ling's self-confidence was even more attractive to them. Fairy Xan Yin and the others, on the other hand, were extremely worried. As for the vice principal and the others, they were shaking their heads. They also felt that Lin Ling was a bit arrogant. After all, anyone who could become an expert of the third hall wasn't someone with an undeserved reputation. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, do you really think the experts of Shin Santang are child's play? Originally, I wanted to play with you slowly and leave you some face. But now I've changed my mind. I want you to suffer a crushing defeat. On the martial stage, Dongfang Yirong's complexion turned cold and gloomy. He didn't waste any more words. His body began to emit layers of blue ice fog. Crack. The void was immediately frozen. In the white fog, a palm seemed to have come from the void, freezing time, space, and the myriad of worlds as it pressed down on Lin Ling. Ice Realm 3 Silk's palm. Cold shouts rang out at the same time, causing the entire sacred hall to fall silent. It was as if all sound had been frozen. Rumble. Overbearing airflow appeared, forming a snowstorm. The entire sacred hall was instantly frozen, turning into an ice palace. This caused the cultivators from the first and second halls to retreat. Their expressions changed greatly. Lin Ling looked at the blue storm calmly. He didn't move. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he was hit by the palm. Crash. The blue ice storm immediately exploded. Countless ice shards sputtered, shooting out like swords. At the edge of the martial stage, some of the weaker people were cut by the ice shards, and blood immediately flowed out of their cheeks. However, the crowd did not care about these things. They stared fixedly at the martial platform. It can't be, Lin Ling actually couldn't block a single move. Dongfang Yirong's Ice Realm 3 Silk's palm is very powerful. It's the unique skill of the ice goddess. Not many advanced martial ancestors can block it. Lin Ling is definitely going to be defeated. I've said that Lin Ling is too arrogant. Even if he's talented, the gap between their realms is too big. He can't make up for the difference in strength. What invincible legend. I think it's just a fart. Haha, senior brother Dongfang Yirong's words. Lin Ling, seeing that Dongfang Yirong's words, many people, especially the people from the third hall and third hall. The people from the third hall. The people from the third hall, especially Shin, the third hall. Many that third is hall, S's third, that invincible legend. Unrestrained, overbearing. Was it all just paper? As for the pale-faced scholar, Kagura, his lips curled into a smile. Well done, Dongfang Yirong. With this, Master Zhou Lin's death has been avenged, and Lin Ling's reputation has been completely ruined. Obviously, he was very confident in Dongfang Yirong. With Lin Ling's current talent and realm, he believed that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to block Dongfang Yirong's attack. Unless Lin Ling's talent increased. As for the Vice Dean and the others, they were all astonished. In their opinion, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to defeat Dongfang Yirong, but he shouldn't have been defeated so quickly. It was indeed disappointing. That's all you've got. At this moment, Dongfang Yirong waved his hand and said disdainfully. However, the moment he finished speaking, the expression on his face changed. His pupils shrank as if he had just seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. The mocking voices and disappointed sighs suddenly disappeared at this moment. The sacred palace suddenly became incomparably quiet. On the martial stage, Lin Ling, who had been hit by Dongfang Yirong's attack, was still standing there. His entire body had been frozen into a blue ice sculpture. This ice was called Realm Ice. It could freeze thousands of worlds. It was a powerful technique of the ice goddess bloodline. Once, there was an expert with the same bloodline who fought against an expert in the southern border. As a result, thousands of worlds were frozen, and it took 10,000 years for the ice to thaw. But now, cracks began to appear on the ice sculpture. Moreover, a black, ominous aura spread out from the cracks like smoke. Then the entire ice sculpture began to melt. At this moment, Teacher Tsailuan and the others were stunned. The Vice Dean and the others were also stunned. The pale-faced man, Kagura, was also stunned. Everyone in the sacred palace was stunned. Using the strength of a late-stage sage-stage expert to block the attack of a late-stage martial ancestor and come out unscathed? How strong must his defense be to be able to do that? They did not know that after the shrine tournament, Lin Ling's realm-swallowing beast, Dragon Bone, and Dragon Soul had greatly improved. His strength was several times stronger than before. Now Lin Ling's realm-swallowing beast, Sky Dragon Bone, and Great Nether Wind Dragon were all second-grade ultimate wild bodies. This formed a defense that was even stronger than the dragon gods. On the martial stage, Dongfang Yirong's shocked face quietly turned gloomy. On the contrary, Lin Ling patted his chest as if he was patting the dust off his clothes. He said calmly, "Is this the strength of the experts of the Shrine 3 halls? Bring out all the strength you've got from drinking your mother's milk. The strength you used before was just an itch. Strength that he used to drink milk?" The sacred palace fell silent again. Then a burst of screams rang out. The women who were disappointed in Lin Ling were now shouting excitedly. "Lin Ling, good job. You are indeed an undefeated legend. Lin Ling, I like you. Itch. Domineering. This is elegant domineering." The crazy voices of the women were like waves, each higher than the last. Zhuang Yanming, Tianao, and the others suddenly smiled bitterly. These women were too crazy. How long has it been since the last shrine tournament? This guy can actually block the attacks of the experts of the Shrine 3 halls. This is unbelievable. Tianao shook his head and said, "His cultivation level has increased, but it should not be of much help. I can only say that his talent has increased. Otherwise he would not be able to block Dongfang Yirong's attack. Luo Wuchang, can you see his strength?" "I can't see it. I only know that his defense is very strong." Luo Wuchang smiled bitterly. At this moment, on the martial stage, Dongfang Yirong looked at Lin Ling and heard the screams of the women around him. His body could not help but tremble. Lin Ling actually said that he was harassing him. This was a great humiliation to him. One had to know that he was an expert of the Shrine 3 halls. "Lin Ling, I admit that your defense is very strong, but I don't believe that your attack is also strong." Dongfang Yirong roared. His whole body was covered with ice fog. A blue crystal fork appeared on top of his head. At this moment, divine light shone everywhere. The martial artists below the 5th grade felt a great pressure at this moment. Ice Snow Goddess Fork. This was Dongfang Yirong's talent. Obviously this talent was not weak. It was a pure divine bloodline, much more powerful than the 100 great bloodlines. Chapter 35-36. The 3 Stages. Bastard. When Dongfang Yirong saw Lin Ling shaking his head, he became even more furious. He activated all of his world essence and chanted something under his breath. Ice and snow began to howl in the sacred palace. The crystal fork grew in size and unleashed endless ice fog. Then it shot toward Lin Ling. Wherever it passed, space and time were all frozen. 20% of the ancestral force, and it's the power of ice and snow. The vice principal and the others frowned. Dongfang Yirong's attack was not to be underestimated. Not to mention a sage, even a late-stage martial ancestor would not dare to take it head-on. When Lin Ling saw the crystal trident shooting towards him, his eyes flickered. He sensed that the crystal trident was extremely fast, reaching the speed of 500 worlds. However, his expression remained calm. Black light appeared on his body and a ferocious aura surged out like a tide. His godly devil body also rumbled. Bang! Lin Ling calmly punched towards the sky. Lin Ling did not even integrate his talents. He relied on his physical strength to punch out. However, Lin Ling's physical strength had reached the strength of 6,000 worlds. Coupled with the integration of his 5 dantians, his strength was not to be underestimated. Rumble. That punch seemed to have come from the era of gods. It contained the power of the spacetime divine steel and 10% of the ancestral force. The entire sky seemed to have cracked and crackled. Then, under everyone's gaze, the ice goddess trident shattered. Icy mist splattered in all directions. Lin Ling's punch had destroyed it. Wah! Wah! On the martial stage, Dongfang Yirong could feel the ancient power rushing towards him. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying off the martial stage and smashed into the ground, unconscious. This time everyone was shocked. They could not believe what they had seen. Dongfang Yirong lost just like that? He had activated his talents and possessed the ancestral force. However, he was defeated by Lin Ling with a single punch. Moreover, it was a simple punch. The silence lasted for more than 10 breaths. Then crazier cheers rang out. Dongfang Yirong lost? He is an expert from Shenzhen Hall. Furthermore, it was only one punch. Lin Ling is too abnormal. What is Lin Ling's strength? Could it be that his talent has reached the 5th level? Everyone was guessing Lin Ling's strength, and those girls from before were shouting even more excitedly. As for those who didn't like Lin Ling, all of them shut their mouths at this moment. Even the white-faced Kagura was frowning. He was in a bad mood. Tianao and Luo Wuchang helplessly shook their heads. They had lost to Lin Ling in the last shrine tournament and wanted to wash away that shame. However, Lin Ling had told them that unless they became the masters of the third hall, there was no hope. At that time, they were secretly dissatisfied and thought that Lin Ling was talking nonsense and that it was impossible for him to become a master of the third hall in a short time. But now they knew that Lin Ling wasn't joking. This guy is only at the saint stage. Yes, after hearing what you said, I feel that he is even more abnormal. Tianao and Luo Wuchang looked at each other and were even more shocked. Wind Snow Academy's undefeated legend, it seems that his reputation is not undeserved. Zhuang Yanming and the others also stared at the man on the martial stage. Their eyes were full of admiration. Lin Ling defeated Dongfang Yirong of the third hall and is qualified to become a master of the third hall. At this time, the voice of the vice dean floated out. This also made the people completely react and the cheers became louder. Lin Ling first in the freshman trial. Lin Ling first in Shinsan Hall. Now, he actually had the hope of becoming a master of the third hall. And the time it took was not even 10 years. Such a genius could be called a god. If he didn't fall, his name would spread throughout the world. After a short moment of silence, Siluan could not help but laugh out loud. Lin Ling was her student. If Lin Ling was lucky enough to enter the world of God, then she, Siluan, would also have a chance to become the Holy Knight of God. At this moment, the vice dean and the others were also a little excited and then asked, Lin Ling, you already have the hope of becoming a master of the third hall. Do you want to continue the assessment and become a master of the third hall? Of course. Lin Ling looked at the vice dean and nodded lightly. Wow, he really wants to become a master of the third hall. I'm looking forward to it. Maybe he will succeed. Even if he fails, he has already obtained the qualifications. In another year, he will have the opportunity to take the assessment. Seeing Lin Ling nod without hesitation, everyone became even more excited. Good. The vice dean couldn't help but clap and say, even though you have the qualifications now, you still need to pass 3 major tests to become a master of the third hall. If you pass, then you will become a master of the third hall and be recorded on the gods list to compete against the masters of the 36 academies. And this test is very simple. It's a test of speed, attack, and defense. Are you ready? I'm ready. Lin Ling walked down from the stage with a calm expression. He wouldn't be alarmed if the sky were to collapse. Begin the 3 tests and communicate with the gods. Seeing Lin Ling nod his head, the vice president's expression turned solemn. He silently recited the divine language, and a divine light descended from the sky in the sacred palace. This ray of divine light had an unparalleled might, and it had the power to annihilate everything. This was the power of a god. The entire sacred palace had turned into a world of the void. Ancient stars were shining, and any expert would feel insignificant in this place. The masters of the third hall can also participate in the 3 tests, so they will take the test together with Lin Ling. Opening the 3 tests required the permission of the gods and endless power. Thus, in order to avoid wasting this power, the masters of the third hall could also take the test. If they passed, then they would be able to enter the gods list and compete against the masters of the 36 academies. Thus, at this moment, the masters who didn't enter the gods list were extremely excited. The first test is the attack test. You must defeat Lin Ling, don't let him get a good result. It's best if you eliminate him. At this moment, the white-faced Kagura said to the masters of the third hall. Don't worry, the 3 tests are very difficult. Even masters of the third hall like us can't guarantee that we can pass. A mere Lin Ling will lose without a doubt. Lin Ling didn't take the normal path to become a master of the third hall through the Shinto tournament. If he took a shortcut, then it would be 10 times harder than the Shinto tournament. He won't succeed even if we don't interfere with him. Brother Kagura, you think too highly of Lin Ling. We don't need to pay attention to him. Let's focus on our own tests. I hope we can enter the gods list this time. The masters of the third hall disdainfully said. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.